students and our resource person, Mr. Imran Kaji sir. Today we are going to conduct one online one-day workshop for our subject Web UI and UX technology. I take this opportunity to welcome our today's resource person, Mr. Imran Kaji sir. Imran Kaji sir is working as team lead for the full stack development department in the Ryzen company. Sir has 13 years of teaching experience and 6 years of industry experience. Currently, he is working as a team lead in the full stack development department. Sir has also worked in our college during 2014 to 18. I have learned so many technologies from the Kaji sir during their period in the college. They have got so many awards: Best Teacher Award, Best Employee Award, and I assure you definitely you will get the good knowledge from the today's workshop. Once again, I welcome to all and request to all the students be present for whole duration of this workshop. If you have any query, you can ask during the session. And for other time, please be sure that you mute your mic and video. Yes, I will hand over the charge to or control to Imran Kaji sir. I request the Imran Kaji sir, please continue your session today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Harish, for this wonderful introduction. Good morning, all. As Harish said, currently I am working in the full stack department as a senior full stack developer. Currently I am working in JS stack actually. Before starting the today's session, may I know how many of you have the awareness of the JavaScript? You can raise your hands. Okay, good. So, can anyone start his or her mic and can tell me a few things about JavaScript? What is JavaScript? Why we use JavaScript? Why JavaScript is becoming popular and popular over the years? Why it is the number one programming language? Yes. See, this session will be interactive. Will be. I'm expecting the response from you also. Can anyone tell me what is the JavaScript and why we use the JavaScript? Hello? Okay. So, see, JavaScript is basically, you can say it's a programming language that you can use for developing the front end as well as back end of your application. Earlier, before invention of NodeJS, it was used only for making your web application, your user interfaces interactive. But after the invention of NodeJS, now the JavaScript, it can be used for developing the complete application. You can develop your user interface front end, you can develop your back end using the single language, and that is reason it is becoming popular and it is the number one programming language among all. Okay, so with this, let me share my screen to start the presentation. Okay, is my screen visible? Harish? Hello?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So the motto, or you can say the aim of this workshop is to make you aware of the backend technologies like Node.js, the Express framework, and the popular document database that is MongoDB. So before discussing or before starting the workshop, let me show you the agenda of this workshop. First of all, we will see how the web works. Then we will discuss what is Node.js, what is the life cycle of Node.js, how the Node.js work, what are the features of Node.js that makes the Node.js as a number one platform for developing the backend of your application. How do we install the Node.js? How do we create the Node.js server? Then what is the Express? Why we use the Express which runs on the top of Node.js to create the REST API? Then we will test our APIs using Postman. Postman is a very popular API testing tool. Then we will have the introduction to the document-oriented database, which is a popular, that is MongoDB. We'll see how to use its cloud service, that is Atlas. Then we will see how to perform the CRUD operations. And at the end, I will show you the demo of full stack application that you can say as a MERN application. Okay. So first of all, let us see how exactly the web works. See, every day we use several web applications. You visit the shopping sites like Amazon, Flipkart. You use social networking sites like Facebook, Instagram. So how exactly these web applications work? Anybody can explain? Yes. Okay, look at this figure. There is a client, there is a server. See, every web application has some client, that is usually browser, and there is a server that actually accepts the request sent by the client, sent by the browser, processes that request and send the response. For example, we open our browser. In the browser address bar, we type some URL like amazon.com or let's say facebook.com. We press the enter key. Moment we press the enter key, that URL is actually high level name, and server usually have the IP addresses. So these domain names, these high level names gets converted into the IP address first. That is done by the DNS server that happens in the background. You must know this. You might have learned this in the network. And once these domain names gets mapped to the IP address from the client, the request is sent to the server. So server processes that request and sends some response back to the client, and that response gets shown in the browser. So server is basically having the business logic of your application. You can also call it as a backend. So backend of your application resides on a server. Front end of your application, okay, it runs in the client in the browser. And there is one more thing, that is database that actually store the data permanently. So whenever request goes from client to server, server processes that request, use databases, and then send the response back to the client. In this way, the web application works. So every web application, you can say, has three parts. There is a client, there is a server, and there is a database. So client is a user interface. So that also we call it as the front end, and server runs the application, which we call as a back end, and there is a database. So front end of an application, it is developed using the technologies like HTML, CSS. They are there because HTML is you can say it's defines the structure of your web page. So it is there. CSS is also used for making your application more decorative. And apart from that, technology like JavaScript, jQuery, or frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue, Svelte, these frameworks are used for developing the user interface. And for developing the backend, for developing the application which runs on a server, server-side technologies are used like Java, Python, NodeJS, Ruby, .NET. So these are the examples of technologies, or you can say server-side technologies, which are used to develop the backend of your application, the server-side application. You may ask me the question, or you may have the question in your mind. There are several technologies for developing the backend of your application. There are several technology for developing the server-side application. Then why Node.js is getting popularity? Why Node.js is becoming popular? The reason behind this is that Node.js is a runtime environment. It is based upon single-threaded event model architecture. It can able to handle several concurrent requests at a one time. That is the reason Node.js is getting popularity. Okay, so that is the reason why the Node.js is getting popularity, why the Node.js is becoming popular, because using Node.js, you can able to develop a scalable application, you can able to develop robust application, which can able to handle several requests at a one time. Okay. Now, when the Node.js has been invented, when the Node.js is developed, or when the Node.js it is introduced. So in the year 2009, a person named Randall, he invented Node.js in the year 2009. And the recent version of Node.js is 18.16.1. That is the current version of Node.js. So what exactly the Node.js is? See, before 15 years, before the invention of Node.js technology, as I said, JavaScript, it was used only in the browser for making your web pages interactive. For example, let's say you are having the login form and you are entering some username, password, and you are clicking on login button. So you are expecting that these username and password should get matched with the correct usernames and you should get some appropriate response. So this is kind of a, you can say, the interactive it became possible. We can use JavaScript to write the server-side application. We can use the JavaScript to develop REST APIs. So basically, Node.js is a JavaScript runtime environment. Using that, you can run JavaScript code outside of your browser. And due to this, you can able to develop your server-side application using Node.js. So in short, you remember what is Node.js? Node.js is simply JavaScript runtime environment. It allow us to run JavaScript outside of browser. Okay, and it is based upon the Google Chrome's JavaScript engine, which is called as a V8. It's a very fast JavaScript. There are several JavaScript engines, like there is a Chakra from Internet Explorer. There is a V8 from Google. There are so several JavaScript engines which runs in the browser that actually interprets your JavaScript code. But out of that, Google V8 is a very fast and popular JavaScript engine, and Node.js is based upon this. That is the reason the Node application runs fast, because Node.js is based upon Google's V8 JavaScript engine. Now, let us see the architecture of Node.js, how exactly the Node.js works. Before discussing that, let me ask you one question. Let's say we are using the Java technology, let's say we are using the Python technology for developing the server-side application. So in these cases, how exactly the request gets handled? How these server-side technologies works? Have any idea? Anyone have any idea? You can start your mic and you can give the answer. Do you know how these Python, how these .NET, how these Java, these technologies work on server side, on server? How they handle the requests coming from the client, and how the node is different from them? Why Node.js is called as asynchronous? Why it can able to handle the several requests concurrently? Okay, let me tell. So these Java, then Python, or even .NET, these are the technologies, as I said, which you can use to develop the server-side applications, and they follow multi-threaded server architecture. What is the meaning of this multi-threaded server architecture? The meaning of this is whenever any request comes from the client to the server, and suppose if your server application is developed using Java, so to handle that request, it creates a separate thread, and that thread takes care of that request, means that thread processes that request and send the response back to the client. So for every request, separate thread gets created in case of this Java, or in case of Python, or in case of .NET, because they follow multi-threaded server architecture. So what is the disadvantage of this? Disadvantage of this is that suppose there is no available thread and request comes from the client. In that case, server forcefully waits the client till the thread is available. That is, you can say, the disadvantage of these technologies which follow the multi-threaded server architecture. So how the Node.js is different from them? How Node.js can able to handle several requests concurrently? The answer of this is Node.js is single-threaded architecture, or you can say Node.js follows single-threaded event-based architecture. What is the meaning of this? The meaning of this is, you can see in this figure, there is something called as an event loop. This event loop is an important component of Node.js architecture. It is a kind of process. It is a single-threaded process which continuously runs. And what it does, as soon as the requests are received from the client, initially the requests are placed in the something called as an event queue. Let's say, suppose 10 requests are received from the client. So these 10 requests get placed in this event queue. And then one by one, every request, it is passed to the event loop. And then what event loop does? If that request is small enough, the request may be blocking request may be non-blocking. What is the meaning of this? Suppose you have sent the request to the Node.js servers to insert the record in the database. Let's say suppose in MongoDB database. So it is an example of a blocking request, because till the record gets inserted in the database, we need to wait. So what event loop does, such requests, such blocking requests where the blocking is required, such requests, it offload, or you can say pass, to something called as a kernel threads, also called as a worker pool, also called as a thread pool. And then it handles the further requests. It means event loop, it only perform the small task, and the other heavier tasks, it offload, it passes to something called as a thread pool. And whenever thread pool processes that request, and it sends back the response to the event loop sends the response to the client. So in this way, actually, the Node.js works. So in the background, though Node.js is a single-threaded, though Node.js has a single thread, or you can say though Node.js is based upon single-threaded architecture, in the background, it uses a pool of threads which are developed using a library called as a libuv. It is a library written in the C language. So the kernel threads, or you can say worker threads or thread pool, these are the pool of threads which are developed using the library called as a libuv. So Node.js make the use of this pool of threads to carry out the operations. And event loop, it is always available for accepting the request. So in this way, it actually handles the several requests concurrently. Though it is a single threaded, it can able to handle the several requests concurrently. So actually, this is a very famous interview question, why the Node.js is, you can say, though it is a single thread, how it can able to handle the several requests concurrently. The answer of this is, it is having something called as an event loop. The event loop is a single threaded, it is a process that accepts the request, and if that request is small enough, it execute, it carry out by itself. And if that request is, let's say, suppose blocking one, in that case, it offload that request to a pool of threads called as a worker threads, or you can say thread pool, that actually processes that request and send back the response to the client. So in this way, actually, the Node.js works. If you're having any doubt, you can ask me, because I'm just explaining, and I hope you are understanding. If you're not understanding, please tell me. I may repeat, or I may slow down the way I'm explaining this. Hello. I want the feedback from you, because that is very important for me. Hello, Harish. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Till now it is clear.
Yes, sir, you are audible. You can continue.
Is everyone getting? Hello. Till now, is it okay? All good? Hello.
Yes, sir.
If you're having any doubt, please ask me. If you're having any doubt regarding Node.js or regarding the architecture of Node.js, how does it work? What is event queue? What is event loop? What is this kernel threads? If you're having any doubt, please ask me. If you're not having any doubt, I can move further, because this is very important. You should understand whatever I'm telling you, whatever I'm explaining. I'm expecting that. It should not be like I'm just explaining and you're just listening. You should get something from this workshop. That is the main motto, or that is the main aim behind conducting this workshop. I had talked with Harish and I told him that literally I want to take the workshop, because since from 2005 I was in teaching profession till 2019. Since beginning I actually like to teach. I always share the things even with my colleagues in a company also. Whenever I learn anything, I share with my colleagues. I actually like to teach. So if you're having literally any doubts, please ask me, because your feedback is very important to me. Hello?
Yes, sir.
May I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so till now just we have learned how actually web works. Like just I am revising it before moving further. Till now just we have learned how actually web works. So every web application has three parts, as I said. There is a front end. We can say it as a user interface. There is a back end. There is a application which runs on server. And there is one more thing. It is not shown in the figure actually. There is a database. So how exactly it works? So whenever the client make the request, for example, suppose in the browser, in the address bar, we type some URL, we press the enter key. That means we are making the request. Let's say we type facebook.com. So we are making the request to the Facebook server. So the request is sent to the server. On the server, some application is running that we call as a backend. That application may be developed using some technology like Node.js, Python, Java, .NET, Ruby. So that application processes that request. Let's say suppose you have entered some username and password in the login form of your Facebook, and you have made the request to the server by pressing the login button. So in that case, the server will receive your username and password. Then to match that username and password with the correct usernames and password, it will make the request to the database. So database may be written in the MongoDB, or it may be in the MySQL. So in that case, it will make the use of database, and based upon the matching, for example, it will send you the response like you are a valid user or invalid user, and that appropriate message will get shown in the browser. So like this, the web application work, and these are the three parts of your web application: front end, back end, and database. As I said, front end we can develop using HTML, CSS, JavaScript. These are the mandatory things. Apart from that, you can make the use of some framework if you want to develop your front end of application rapidly. Like you can make the use of React.js, Angular, or Vue.js, and the back end of application you can develop using the technologies which I already explained. So why the Node.js is getting popularity? So Node.js is, you can say it is one kind of server-side platform, or you can say it's a JavaScript runtime which allow you to develop the server-side application using JavaScript, or it allow you to run the JavaScript outside of your browser, because earlier JavaScript it was used only in the browser to make your web application interactive. So thanks to Ran, that he has invented this wonderful technology, and that makes the development of server-side application very easier. Just now we have discussed the architecture of Node and how exactly the Node.js works and how it handles the requests. I will revise once again before moving further. And whenever the request is received from the client, initially the requests are placed in the something called as a event queue, and from the event queue, the requests one by one they are passed to something called as a event loop. Event loop is a process. It is a single-threaded process that receives the request, and if the request is small enough, it will perform by itself and will send the response to the client. if the request is, let's say, a blocking request, for example, I have given you the example, let's say there is a database operation. So it's a blocking request. So in that case, it it passes that request to the pool of threads, which are called as thread pool, or which are called as a kernel threads, which are called as a worker pool, which are developed using libuv library, and then it get available for handling the further requests. And by the time whenever the kernel thread completes that blocking request, it sends the response to the event loop, and then event loop forward that response to the client. So in this way, actually, the node server works, and this is the architecture of Node.js. Now, is it okay? Everything fine? Yes, all good. Just I have revised whatever we discussed till now before moving further, because this is a very important, and you must know the architecture of Node.js, how exactly it works. And the same I have noted over here. Later on you can read. I will share my presentation. You can go through this and you will understand, if you don't understand right now, how exactly the Node.js works. The same things I have written over here. You may refer this. Hello? Okay. So, yes. So, what are the features of Node.js? Why the Node.js is becoming the popular server-side platform for developing the server-side application? So, there are some features which made the Node.js as a popular platform for developing the server-side application. So, I have listed some features. Like first, just now we discussed Node.js is a single-threaded, you can say, the server platform. It follows the single-threaded event-based architecture. What is the meaning of this? The meaning of this is there is only single thread in which the something called as event loop runs, which accept the request. If the request is small enough, it carries out by itself and send the response back to the client. Else it offload that request to the pool of kernel threads, the pool of, you can say, the system threads, which carry out that task and send the response to the event loop, and then event loop forward that response to the client. So that is the first feature, that is it is a single threaded. And what is the meaning of asynchronous? Asynchronous means Node.js can able to handle the blocking operation in non-blocking way. What is the meaning of this? Node.js can able to handle the blocking operations in non-blocking way. For example, as I said, suppose the request is having some kind of database related operation. There is some kind of database update, or let's say database read operation. So it is example of blocking operation. So how it handle the blocking operation in non-blocking way? Because what it does in event loop, it just offload that blocking request to the kernel thread, or you can say to the worker pool, which I have shown in this figure. Whenever the request it received, that request is suppose a blocking request, just it offload that request to the pool of threads, that is kernel threads, and the kernel thread is responsible for dealing with that request. It is responsible to perform the operation on database and get the response from the database and forward that response to the event loop. So it is responsible for that. So the meaning of asynchronous is it can able to handle several requests concurrently, because it can able to handle the blocking operation in the non-blocking way. That make it as asynchronous. Next one is it is event driven. Event driven, what is the meaning of this? Event driven is whenever the request is received from the client, it is an example of one event. So in response to the event, Node.js execute the event handler. We will see that in the code. Whenever I will show you the code, you will better understand. But right now, at this moment, just you remember it's event driven. Event driven, the meaning of event driven is in response to the event, Node.js execute the event handler. The event handler is kind of function, also called as a callback function, which is executed in response to the event. Next, it is open source. Open source means it is freely available. Anyone can download the Node.js and can make the use of it. It's not like a proprietary. For example, you know that the technologies like .NET, it is not completely open source. It is a proprietary of Microsoft. So Node.js is a completely freely available. It's open source. Anyone can download. Anyone can use it. Next, it's a highly scalable. As I said that Node.js can handle several requests concurrently, and due to that, using Node.js, you can able to develop the highly scalable application. For example, Netflix, you must know that Netflix, it is a very popular you can streaming platform which we use. So if you don't know, let me tell you, the backend of this Netflix application, it is written in Node.js. I mean, they might have used some framework on the top of this, but the platform is Node.js, because Node.js is a very you can say scalable, it is having very rigid, or you can say robust architecture, which allow us to develop this scalable application. Means we can able to develop the application which can able to handle several requests concurrently. That is highly scalable. And the last one, and very important, that is when you install the Node.js, along with Node.js, something called as npm get installed. You might have used this npm while creating the React app also. Am I correct? You might have written npm create React app. Is it? Yes? Hello?
Yes, sir.
So do you know what is npm? See, when you install the Node.js, along with the Node.js, npm get installed. What is npm? Node Package Manager. That is a long form of npm, but it is an online repository of packages. There are several packages available on npm. So you can install any package and you can use any package. So it is a repository of around 8 lakh packages. 8 lakh packages are available on this online repository. So in your Node application, you can make the use of these packages by installing them. So whenever we will see the demo of Express application, I will show you few packages. We will use few packages from them. But remember, npm is an online repository of packages. So if you're developing the application using Node.js, you will get the advantage of this online repository. You will get the benefit of this online repository. From this online repository, you can download the packages which you require, and that simplify the application development. Okay, so these are the features of Node.js that make the Node.js as a popular platform for developing the server-side applications. So till now, is it okay? All good? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with this, let us see how to develop the Node.js application. So before developing the Node.js application, first of all, you need to have the Node.js on your machine. You need to install Node.js on your machine. So I think all of you have the Node.js installed on your machine. So there is no need to explain how to download and how to install Node.js. Am I right? Harish, you said that everyone is having the Node.js on their machine and VS Code on their machine. So shall I explain this installation process, or
No, sir. There is no need to explain this. Already all students have installed the Node.js on their machine, along with the VS Code is also installed on their machine, and they have created their first React application on their machine also.
Okay, good. Okay, so we will not cover that. Just I will tell you, if they don't know what you do in the Google, you type Node.js, visit the nodejs.org as shown in this screenshot. Visit this website. From this website, download the latest version of Node.js. It is freely available. There is no need to do any kind of registration, any kind of purchase and all these things. You simply download this latest version of Node.js, install it on your machine. What is the current version of Node.js? It is 18.16.1. What is LTS? Do you know what is the long form of LTS? Anyone? LTS stands for long time support. Okay, so it is a stable version of Node.js. And 20.3.1, you can see at the right hand side there is one more, you can see the version, that is the current version. It is the beta version. Beta version means it is under development, so you should not use it. You should use the stable version. So stable version of Node.js is 18.16.1. So you download whatever the latest version. Maybe after 1 month there may be the version 19, the stable version maybe the 19 one, because the latest versions are coming. So whatever the latest version is available, whatever the stable version is available, which is a LTS, download it and install it. Okay. So that is the first step before developing the Node.js application. First of all, install Node.js on your machine. So I hope every one of you know this. After that, along with Node.js, you require some editor. So you can make the use of editor like Sublime, VS Code. So VS Code is a very popular editor. So download it and install it. Okay. I hope you have VS Code on your machine. Am I correct? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now you are having Node.js on your machine. Now you are having Visual Studio Code on your machine. With this, you can develop your first Node.js application. You can develop your first server-side application, which will accept the client request and which will send the response. And I want to tell you one thing: developing the server-side application using Node.js is very simple. Just by writing 3 to 4 steps, you can create your first server application. If you know the Java or if you know the Python, you need to write several lines of code to create your basic server application. But in the Node.js, it's very simple. You just need to write few lines of code and your server application is ready to serve the client requests. Okay, so we will see that. Okay, let me minimize this. Okay, so what we will do, is my screen visible? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let us create one folder. So I will create one folder, let's say on D drive. You can do this along with me if you want. So create some folder. Let's say I'm giving the name Node apps. So this is the folder which will have my Node applications. Okay, just open this folder and here in the address bar, simply you type cmd. So this will open the command prompt and it will have the current working directory, the directory which you have opened. So whatever directory you have opened, the same directory it is having as a current working directory. Now from here, we will open the VS Code. The command for that is code space dot stands for current directory. Okay, and press the enter key, this will open your VS Code. Okay, so you can see over here, the folder which is opened over here is the folder which was your current working directory. Yes or no? In the command prompt, we were at D node apps and then we have written node code space dot. So Visual Studio Code, it opens and it opens the current working directory as a folder. And now in this, we can write our code. We can create the files. So before starting, let us see what is the version of the Node.js which we have installed. So for that, you click on terminal, click on new terminal, and here simply type node space -v and press the enter key. This will show you the current version of Node. So the current version of Node on my machine is 18.16.0. On your machine, this value may be different because suppose you have downloaded Node.js, let's say a few 2 months before, so you might have the version, let's say 16. So after 1 month, suppose if you download the Node.js, the version will be, let's say 19. Okay. So whatever the version, it gets displayed over here. So command for showing the version of Node.js is node space -v. Okay, just you remember this, or if you want, you can note it down. Okay. Now with this, let us create your first Node.js application. Let us create your first server-side application, which will accept the request from the client and which will send some response to the client. Okay. So for that, you just create one file in this folder by clicking this. Click on this and give some name to your file. Let's say server. You can give any name, but give the extension .js. JS is a extension for JavaScript file because after all, the code, every code, after all, our code it is in JavaScript only. Okay. So create the file with some name and with the extension .js. And now let us write the code for creating our first server-side application, creating our first Node.js application. So Node.js, it comes with some built-in packages. There are some built-in packages also called as a built-in modules. The names of these packages are HTTP. I'm just noting here. Then HTTPS, OS, FS, and path. These are the built-in packages which are available in the Node.js. I mean, you don't have to install them separately. Whenever you install the Node.js, along with Node.js, these packages comes. You don't have to install. So HTTP and HTTP, yes, these packages we can use to create the web server. OS package stands for operating system. This package we use to perform some operating system related operation. FS stands for file system. This package we use to perform some file related operation, like you want to write some data to the file, you want to read some data from the file. So you can make the use of this FS package. It provides some set of methods which you can use. But right now we will not discuss this. Just we will talk about a package called as HTTP, which we are going to use. But just you note it down if you want. These are the set of packages which are available in the Node.js, or you can say these are the built-in packages in the Node.js. Okay. So just now we have seen that HTTP is a built-in package in the Node.js which we can use to create our web server. So we will use this package. So how to use this package? The answer is you import this package. To use this package, you import this package. Now the question is how we import the package in the Node.js. The answer is there is a function called as a require. Require is a function. Using require function, you can import a built-in package, or you can import some third-party package which you have installed, which we will see later, or any file. Suppose you have defined or you have created a file which is having some function and you want to use the function from that file. So to import that file also we use require. Means require is a function which is used to import any built-in package, any third-party package, or any file, custom file. Okay. So in this, just you specify the name of package in the pair of double quote, or you can say single quote. I think you must know that in JavaScript, string can be a set of characters enclosed in the double quote, enclosed in the single quote, or enclosed in the ticks also. Am I correct? Yes, I can write a string like this also in JavaScript. Is it a correct string syntax in JavaScript? I'm asking you the question because you might have learned JavaScript in your curriculum. Am I correct? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can write the string like this, or even you can have the template string like this also. This is also correct syntax of creating the string in JavaScript. Okay, but we will use single quote. Specify the name of package. Let's say HTTP. So this will import HTTP package in your application. So this you assign to some variable. How we create the variable in JavaScript? Yes. I hope every one of you know the JavaScript.
Using const or let.
Okay, using const and using let. There is one more keyword to create the variable. Actually, it is from the ES5. पता है कौन सा है keyword?
Var.
Correct. Good. So we can create the variable in JavaScript using var, using let, and using const. Using const, actually we create the constant, but if your value is not going to change, then you can make the use of const. So the preferred way to declare the variable is using let keyword or using const keyword. You should not use var. Okay. This is actually not the JavaScript session. Otherwise, I would have explained why we should not use var. But just you remember, the preferred way is to use let or use const. So I will use const because this variable is not going to change. So I'm giving the name, let's say HTTP. So just I have imported the HTTP package. Okay. So this is the first step. Using require, you import your package and you assign it to some variable. Okay. And after that, you call a function called as create server. Call this function. So this function will create a server, okay, and it accepts one argument that is called as a callback function. What is callback function? Can anyone tell? Yes. किसी को पता है कॉलबैक फंक्शन क्या होता है? While explaining the architecture of Node.js, I told you that, sorry, while telling you the features of Node.js, I told you that Node.js is a event driven. As soon as the events are received, it executes the event handler. याद में है आपके, मैंने कहा था आपको कि there is one feature that is event driven. Node.js is event driven. Whenever the events are received, Node.js execute the event handler. So event handler is basically the callback function. Okay, so create server, it accept the event handler, also called as a callback function. To define the function, how we define the function in JavaScript? Function. Okay, so it is anonymous function, so I am not giving any name to this function. So this function accept the two parameters. First parameter represent your request object. You can give any name like req or request. जो भी आपको नाम देना है आप दे सकते हो, comma the second parameter is response object that represent the response. Okay, so create server is a function that create your web server. It accept one function called as a callback function. So this function, when it gets executed, as soon as the request is received from the client, Node.js executes this callback function. जब भी client से request आएगी, Node.js ये callback function run करेगा to give the response to the client. Okay, अभी तो मैं इसमें कोड नहीं लिखता हूँ, just I'm giving the comment over here. Let us move further. Okay, just a minute. So this create server create the server so that you assign to some variable. See the two step. First step, just we imported the HTTP package because this is the package that provide the set of methods to create the server. For example, we are using create server method or create server function from this HTTP package to create our first web server. And this function, it accept one callback function, which is the event handler, which accept the two parameters, that is request and response, which represent your HTTP request coming from the client and the HTTP response which will get sent from the server to the client. And this is the function which will get called by the Node.js as soon as the request is received from the client. So you define this, and what is the next step? Next step is call the listen method. But why? See, your Node.js server is an application, and every application is having some address. Do you know the types of addresses in the network? In the computer network, you might have learned the types of addresses: IP address, yes or no? Then the high-level address, which we called as a URL, MAC address, that is a physical address, and there is one address. Yes, there are 4 types of addresses. You might have learned in the computer network. Physical address एक होता है जिसको हम MAC address बोलते हैं. Every machine is having some kind of network interface card. It is having some set of unique number which we called as a MAC address. That is a physical address of machine. Then on the internet, to communicate with the other machines, your machine must have the unique IP address. Yes or no? That is called as a network address. Then being as a humans, we humans use high level names whenever we access the resources on the internet. We don't use these IP addresses, MAC addresses. Yes or no? In the address bar of browser, we use some high level names like facebook.com, google.com, amazon.com. So these are the high level addresses. 3 टाइप के एड्रेसेस मैंने बता दिए, और एक टाइप का एड्रेस होता है. कौन सा है वो? Can anyone tell me? Yes.
Port number.
Yes, very good. What is your name?
Lakshmi Putra Virazar.
Yes, very good, Virazar. Port address is the address on which your application run. So every application running on your computer, it is having a set of address which is called as a port address. It is how much bits? Yes, कितने बिट का होता है वो पता है आपको? उसकी रेंज क्या है? What is the range of the port address? It is from 0 to 65,535. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so your this node server or your web server which you have created, it should run on some address. It should run on some port address. Okay, so that you can define that port address. You can define by calling listen method. So in second step we got the instance of server. जो भी हमने server create किया है उसका instance हमें मिला है यहाँ पे. accept two parameters. Second parameter is optional, but first parameter is a compulsory, that is the port number. So you can give some random port number. Let's say I'm giving the 4000. It means my server will run on 4000 port number. Means whenever client will make the request to my server, the client needs to use this port number in the URL. Then only the request will be received by this server. जब भी client मेरे server को request करेगा, उसको ये port address use करना पड़ेगा. Otherwise request मेरे server को नहीं आएगी. Okay? So this is important. You just remember this. Every server application, it runs on some port number. So you need to specify that port number. So in the Node.js, while creating the Node.js application, we call the listen method on server instance to specify the port number. It means your server is running on this port number. And as I said that this listen method has second optional parameter, that is a callback function. Okay, it is a callback function which runs whenever your server is started. Okay, अगर आपको define करना है तो आप define कर सकते हो, अगर आपको define नहीं करना है तो नहीं किया तो भी चलेगा, but I will define. Okay, and in this just I will print the message like my server is started. So how we console anything in the JavaScript? Yes, which is the yes, correct. Console.log. We use the console.log. Okay, and just I'm printing the message. Server is started on, let's say, port 4000. Instead of writing this hard-coded number, you may define some const or some variable port with this value, and you can use this here. वैसे भी कर सकते हैं आप. Okay. तो ठीक है. So that's it. You just created your first server. Okay. आपने आपका first server create किया है. These are the 3 steps only to create the simple server using Node.js or in the Node.js. We imported HTTP package. We call the create server to create the server. We got the server instance. Then we called listen method to set port number to our server application. That's it. Your server is ready. Now how to run this application? अभी सर्वर आपका एप्लीकेशन रेडी हो गया है. You created the first simple Node.js server application. Now how to run it? Go to the command prompt. Simply type node space the name of your file, server.js, and press the enter key. And you can see the message server is started on port 4000, and you can see here it is running. Yes or no? आपका server stop नहीं हुआ है, ये run हो रहा है. Yes or no? You can see the cursor over here. So your server is started, it is ready for accepting the request. आपका server start हुआ है और वो request accept करने के लिए ready है. Okay. Now let us add the code in this callback function. When this callback function gets called, whenever the request is received from the client. Okay. जब भी client से request आएगी तो ये callback function call होगा. So this callback function, as I said, this callback function is having the 2 parameter, request and response. Request is representing the request is coming from the client. Response is representing response which is going from the server to the client. And by the way, which protocol is used in client server communication over the web? Yes. कौन सा protocol use होता है पता है आपको? कोई बता सकता है मुझे? Yes. Which is the protocol used for communication between client and server on the web?
HTTP.
Yes, very good. So the protocol may be HTTP or maybe HTTPS. Yes or no? Okay. So HTTPS is a secure version of HTTP. So this request is basically HTTP request and response is HTTP response. So HTTP is a protocol which is used between client and server whenever they actually exchange the data. Okay. So what we will do here, whenever the request is received from the client, we will simply send some response like welcome to Node.js. We will greet our client with the message. Okay. So how to do this? So for that, what you do, you are having this response object. This response object represents your response. Okay. So on this response object, you call one method with the name write head. Okay. So this method is used for setting the header. See, every request and every response is having header part and body part. You might have learned this in the computer network. Yes or no? HTTP request is having request and then having the header and body part. Am I correct? रिक्वेस्ट में रिस्पॉन्स में दो पार्ट होते हैं, रिक्वेस्ट सॉरी हेडर पार्ट होता है, बॉडी पार्ट होता है। हेडर में सेट ऑफ हेडर्स होते हैं, बॉडी में आपका कंटेंट होता है। यस और नो? So first of all, what you do before sending the response to the client, you set your response header by calling this method write head. Okay, अब इसको क्या पास करना है? What we should pass to this write head method? The type of content which we are passing to client and the response and the code, HTTP status code. So these are the two parameters which write head method accept. If you hover on this method, it shows you the description about this method, like it accept the first parameter status code, and second the status message and the header. Status message and header, these are optionals. So what I will do, I will pass the status code 200. 200 is a status code for successful request completion. Yes or no? You must know the status code. आपको पता होगा 200 ये सक्सेसफुल रिक्वेस्ट के लिए होता है, ओके बोल के। देन 400 नॉट फाउंड के लिए होता है, 500 सर्वर एरर के लिए होता है। लाइक दिस यू कैन सेट दिस, सेंड द स्टेटस कोड। देन ओवर हियर आई एम पासिंग द ऑब्जेक्ट। सो हियर आई विल पास द हेडर, दैट इज द हेडर विथ नेम, कंटेंट टाइप, and it will have the value. My content type will be text oblique HTML. Yes, I will send text oblique HTML in the response. Okay, so see this. So first of all, we are setting the header by calling this method. To this method, we are passing the status code, that is 200. That is a successful request completion. And then we are passing the object. So in the JavaScript, you know that how we create the object, the pair of curly bracket and having the key value pair. Yes or no? Key value pair separated by colon. So key is a content type and the value is the text oblique HTML. That by doing this, we are setting the content type. It means we are sending the HTML or text in the response. Okay. Then to send the actual response on the response object, you call write method. You call the write method, and to this you pass your response, that is a text oblique HTML. So just I will send the HTML code, that is HTML. I will directly use body tag, and in this I will use h1 tag. You must know these tags, and I will greet the user like welcome to NodeJS application. Close h1 tag, because every opening tag must have the closing tag. Close h1, close body, and simply close HTML. And at the end, when you send your response, call end method. It means we have sent our response. Okay. So like this, we send the response to the client. First, we have set the header. Then we have sent the response, that is HTML response, to the client. And at the end we call the end method. Okay, that means we are telling the server that we have sent the response. And now let us restart your server, because you have made the changes. Whenever you make any changes in your code, you need to restart your server. So first of all, let us stop your server by pressing Ctrl C. Press Ctrl C to stop your server, and again rerun your server. Your server is started. Now it is ready to accept the request, and whenever it receives the request, it will send the response like welcome to the Node.js application. Okay, so the client, the browser will receive this request and will receive the response and will show this response to the user. Okay, now let us make the request to the server. So how to make the request to the server? Yes, remember we saw the structure of web application in our presentation. We created this part. Yes or no? हमने भी एक part create किया है. We just created a simple Node.js server application to accept requests from the client and to send a simple greet message to the client. Okay, तो हमने ये develop किया है. Now let us make the request to the server. But from where? from the client. So what can be the client to the server? It will be web browser, yes or no? So you can make the use of any web browser. So I will use Google. Okay, and here you simply type the URL. What will be the URL? Uniform resource locator. So your URL begins with the address of your server. What is the address of my server? Where my server is running? It is running on same machine. So the address of my server will be localhost. My server is running on same machine, so address of my server will be localhost colon on which port address server is running. This is the address of your server machine actually, not the address of your server application. It is the address of your server machine. I want to tell you that it is the address of server machine. Okay, if it is running on some different machine located in the internet, so this will be the IP address of that machine. Okay, colon the port address of the your Node.js server application. Port address हमने क्या सेट किया था? Yes, 4000 and just
4000.
yes, correct. Press the enter key and see the output. See the output. Let me show you the network tab. Press the enter key. Okay. Please see here. Moment I click on, so moment I press the enter key, what happens? मैं जब यहाँ पे ये URL टाइप कर रहा हूँ, enter key प्रेस कर रहा हूँ. If you observe this network tab, अगर आप network tab देखते हो यहाँ पे, do you know this developer set of developer tools in the browser? How we open this? Right click, say inspect, or click on this. Click on more tools. Click on developer tools. क्लिक ऑन कंसोल. अगर आप कुछ कंसोल कर रहे हो, प्रिंट कर रहे हो कंसोल पे, तो यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हो. क्लिक ऑन नेटवर्क. अगर आपको नेटवर्क रिक्वेस्ट रिस्पॉन्स कैसे भेजे जाते हैं वो देखना है, तो यू क्लिक ऑन नेटवर्क टैब एंड कम ओवर हियर एंड प्रेस द एंटर की एंड सी हियर. ये आप देख सकते हो यहाँ पे. व्हाट इज दिस? दिस इज HTTP रिक्वेस्ट. सर नो, जब आप यहाँ पे एंटर प्रेस कर रहे हो तो आपकी रिक्वेस्ट जा रही है. कहां पे जा रही है? वेयर इट इज गोइंग? It is going to your server. Yes or no? Your request is going to your server, and from the server we are getting the response. What response we are getting? जो response हमने भी भेजा है, that is our HTML code. Yes or no? Hello?
Yes, sir.
So have you understood this? Yes, we created our first simple Node.js application to greet the user with the message, and see how it is simple. Very easily you can create your server, or very easily you can create your Node.js application just by writing 4 to 5 steps. That's it. Your server application is ready to receive the request and to send the response. And as I said, if you observe in the network tab, over here you can see the status code which we are getting. जो हमने status code भेजा था 200. जब हमने header set किया था तो हमने यहाँ पे status code यहाँ पे set किया था 200. Yes or no? The same status code you are getting in the response. Okay, and this is the 4000 is the port address of our server application, that is Node server application. Content type जो हमने set किया था text oblique HTML, it is showing over here. So this is the header, and if you click on response, in the body we are getting this response. Okay, as I said, your request and response both are having the header and body. So header में ये सब header आ गए. Content type आपने जो set किया था, status code आ गया, response आपकी body में ये आ गया, data आ गया, and it is showing over here. That's it. You created your first Node.js application. Okay. Where we were at this creating Node server application. Okay, so this would be your assignment, that is creating the Node.js application to greet the user with the message welcome to Node.js. आप ये करके देख सकते हो अगर आपको करना है. You are having 10 minutes. So I hope you are having the VS Code and Node.js installed on your machine. तो आपको 10 मिनट से ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लगेगा. You are having 10 minutes. Just you do whatever I did. Okay. जो मैंने किया है वो आप करके देखिए. अगर आप चाहते हो तो आई विल कीप दिस कोड ओपन सो दैट यू कैन रेफर दिस कोड एंड यू कैन राइट. your own code and create your first Node.js application and display some message. Okay. Okay. So just now we have created our first Node.js application which accept the request from the user and respond the grid message to the user. Okay. So what we did, we just send the same response. If client send the request to the server, each time we are sending the same response to the client, that is welcome to the Node.js application. What I want to do, I want to send the separate response for each user. For example, suppose user is sending his or her name while making the request, and in response to that, I want to send welcome, let's say the user name of the user as a message to the user or to the client. मुझे क्या करना है, जब यूजर रिक्वेस्ट करेगा सर्वर को तो वो उसका नाम भेजेगा, तो इन रिस्पॉन्स टू दैट मुझे क्या करना है, उसको मैसेज भेजना है वेलकम उसका नाम. So at this moment our server is sending the same reply to every client. Okay, so how to do this? So what we will do, we will make the use of a framework that is called as Express for doing this. But why? See, using Node.js you can able to develop a scalable server-side application, no doubt. But if you want to rapidly develop your server-side application, you should use some web framework which run on the top of Node.js. So there are several web frameworks available which run on the top of Node.js. So ExpressJS is popular among them. Nest.js is also there. It is also popular. But ExpressJS is comparatively simple to use. So we will use ExpressJS web framework. You can call it as a Node.js framework to develop REST APIs. But before discussing how to use the ExpressJS, let us discuss what is nothing but REST API. What is nothing but JSON? Okay. So can you tell me what is nothing but JSON object? Before discussing REST API, we will discuss what is JSON object. कोई बता सकता है मुझे JSON क्या होता है? What is the long form of JSON? It is given in the presentation. JavaScript object notation. What it is exactly? Yes. How we create the object in the JavaScript? Yes. How we create the object in the JavaScript? Just now we created one object. While setting the header, we created one object. This is the JavaScript object actually. See, JavaScript object, how do we create? We use pair of curly bracket. Yes or no? It is having the set of key value pair which are separated by colon. For example, this is the object having one property or one pair of key value. That is, key is a content type, colon, right hand side. This is the value, text of oblique HTML. So like this, the object, JavaScript object, it may have several set of key value pairs. So what is JSON? Okay, so JSON is basically, it is the common format which is used for sending and receiving the data between client and server. So client and server, when they communicate, they use the same format for sending as well as receiving the data. For example, client is sending the data to the server. So client will send the data in the form of JSON object. Whenever server is sending response back to the client, server will send the response as a JSON object. Okay. So the API which send and receive the data in JSON format, it is called as a REST API. Okay. So you might have heard this. Yes, I have created the REST APIs using Python. I have created the REST API using Node.js. I have created the REST API using, let's say, Java. So what exactly the REST API is? What exactly the API is? What is a layman? What is the basic definition of API? That long form of API is, it is an application programming interface. Okay. But what exactly the API is? What is the basic definition of API? API is nothing but a procedure, a function which returns some resource, which returns some data. And what is the thing but REST API? REST API is an API which is developed based upon REST, that is called as a representation state transfer. It is a kind of the architecture style for developing the APIs. What it says, you follow some set of rules while defining your API. For example, when you create the API, you accept the data from the client in the JSON format. You send the response to the client in the JSON format. Like this, you define some set of rules, and these rules we should follow while creating the API. That is called as a REST API. So REST API, it accept the data and send the data in JSON format. JSON format is nothing but a JavaScript object having set of key value pairs. So we accept the data and we send the response in the JSON format. So that is nothing but REST API. So now we will see how to create the REST API using Express framework. We may create the REST API using plain Node.js, but it will be a little bit difficult. Rather, I will say it is more time consuming. So we will use some kind of framework which will simplify our development, which will reduce our time, which will make our application development faster. So we will go with Express. Okay. So we'll use the Express framework for developing the REST API. So what is Express? Express is, as I said, it's a web framework, or you can say it's a Node.js framework. It runs on the top of Node.js. It provides some set of tools, utilities that makes your application development simpler. You can easily create REST APIs. You can easily create some server rendered applications. You can also develop the microservice based application very easily with the help of this framework. Framework always simplify the application development. जब भी आप framework use करते हो, आपका application development easier हो जाता है, because उसमें बहुत सारे मतलब utility tools functions होते हैं जो कि आपका application development easy करते हैं. So we will go with Express. Okay. So apart from Express, there are some other frameworks also. आगे आपको elaborate करना है तो आप elaborate कर सकते हो. There are several openings available on these server side frameworks. अगर आप नेट पे सर्च करोगे Node.js developer, तो आपको दिखेगा वहां पे जो requirements होती हैं उसमें you must have the knowledge of Express framework, you must have the knowledge of Nest.js framework. So along with Node.js, you should have some understanding of at least one web framework. तो आप Express explore कर सकते हो, या आपको Nest.js करना है तो Next.js भी कर सकते हो, लेकिन Next.js आगे करना. First of all, you explore the ExpressJS. Just right now, I will show you how to use the ExpressJS. Later on, you may explore it more. अभी हम सिर्फ देखेंगे कि ExpressJS कैसे यूज होता है, how we create the REST APIs using ExpressJS. आगे उसको ज्यादा एक्सप्लोर करना है, आप कर सकते हो. So if you want to become a backend Node.js developer, so along with Node.js, you need to know at least one server-side framework. That is, as I said, Express or Nest.js. Okay. So later on, you explore either Express or Nest.js. Okay. So with this, let us see how to use the ExpressJS and how to create the REST API using ExpressJS. Okay. Just a minute, I'm getting one call. Let me respond to it. It is an important one. Just a minute. Hello. So actually, it was an important call. Okay. So what we were discussing, we were talking about Express. Hello, am I audible? Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So we were talking about Express. So Express is a web framework. It's a Node.js framework for developing the server-side application. As I said, with the plain Node.js also, you may develop server-side application, but things becomes more complicated, time-consuming with Node.js alone. So you should use some framework which simplify the application development. So Express is one of the popular Node.js framework. So we will go with this, and later on, if you want, you can explore Express and the other frameworks. Okay. So so what are the steps to create the Express application? First of all, what do you do? First of all, you initialize your Node project. See, just now I have shown you how to create the Node.js application. What we did, just we created a file, and in that we wrote some code, and we executed that using Node. In this way, we created our Node.js application. But what is the correct way for creating the Node.js application? The correct way is, first of all, you initialize your Node project. First of all, you create your Node.js application. But how? Okay. So the command for that is npm init. Okay, Jesus, I am following these steps. Just you see this. Let us open the same folder which we created in the first demo, Node.js app. Okay. In that I will create one new folder with the name Express app. Okay. Let us open this folder. Okay, and in the address bar type cmd. This will open the command prompt, and then type code space dot. This will open your Visual Studio Code. In that, this directory will get opened up. Okay, that's it. Okay, so what you do? In earlier demo, just we created a file server.js and we wrote the code and we executed it using node command. So now while creating the Express application, we will not do this. Okay, what we will do, first of all, we will initialize our project. Okay, so how to do this? Open the terminal. And in the terminal, you type the command npm init, okay, and press the enter key. It will ask you some set of questions like what will be the name of project, and like this. It will ask you some what will be the main server file, like main.js or app.js, server.js. आपको नाम specify करना है वहाँ पे. Or if you just want to avoid this set of questions, you type the flag -y. Okay, so it will just initialize your project without asking you the series of questions. Okay, so type this and press the enter key. That's it. It will create one file with the name package.json, and your Node.js project is initialized. You created your Node.js project. Okay, तो एक फाइल क्रिएट होगी जब भी आप npm init -y करोगे. अगर मैं npm init करता -y नहीं करता तो मुझे ये क्वेश्चंस के आंसर देना पड़ते हैं, like what will be the name of my application, what will be the main JS file, like this. Okay, so to avoid that, I used -y flag. So you just use this command npm init space -y. So this will initialize your node project by creating the package.json. You might have seen this package.json file in your React application. आपने ये फाइल देखी होगी React application में. Am I correct? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Can anybody tell me what is the purpose of this file? ये फाइल का पर्पस क्या है? What is there in this file? ये फाइल के अंदर क्या होता है? और what can be there in this file? ये फाइल में क्या हो सकता है? Yes. कोई बता सकता है मुझे? What is the purpose of it? Yes, please proceed.
It can contain temporary data.
Temporary data means what kind of data?
So it tells from where to start, where is the main function, and the version number it depends.
Yes.
Or user generated data.
Okay. Correct. But I am expecting more. Apart from this, और क्या होता है इसमें? Whatever you said, it is correct. I am not saying that it is false. It is correct. But apart from that, what is there? Version होता है. What should be, or what is the main file, that is index.js जो भी है. Then what is the version, like this? This information is there. But apart from that, what is there in the package.json? See, apart from that, what is there in the package.json? Package.json, basically it consists of the list of packages, the list of dependencies which your application is using. आपका एप्लीकेशन कौन से पैकेजेस, कौन से डिपेंडेंसी यूज कर रहा है, ये इंफॉर्मेशन package.json के अंदर होती है. Whenever you install any package, okay, So the entry gets created in the package.json. जब भी आप कोई भी पैकेज इंस्टॉल करते हो, जैसे कि अभी थोड़ी देर के बाद हम एक्सप्रेस पैकेज इंस्टॉल करेंगे, मोमेंट यू इंस्टॉल द एक्सप्रेस पैकेज, उसकी एंट्री package.json के अंदर हो जाएगी. Okay, like this, whenever you install any package in your application, in the package.json file, entry for that package gets created. Means package.json file has the entries for the dependency, or it has the information about the dependency. Dependency means the packages which your application is using. Also, it has a kind of a script section in which we can define the script. Script means हम आगे देखेंगे. Like I can define the script to run my application in the development mode, in the production mode. My script define कर सकता हूँ यहाँ पे. Like I can say here dev and write some kind of command which run my application in the development mode. Then I can define the another property over here like prod, and I can write the command which will write my application in the production mode. So like this, I may have the script. Okay. So it has the important section, that is script section, and there is one more section. अभी तो यहाँ पे नहीं है वो, but it will come as soon as I will install the Express package. That is the list of dependencies. So package.json is a very important file. It lists out all the dependencies in your application, and it has the script section which has the set of scripts. Okay, yes, you remember this, or if you want, you can note it down. Okay, so what we did, we just initialized our node project. तो सबसे पहले हमने क्या किया, एक्सप्रेस एप्लीकेशन बनाने से पहले हमने क्या किया, तो हमने नोड एप्लीकेशन को इनिशियलाइज किया. कैसे इनिशियलाइज किया, npm init कमांड यूज करके, और उसके साथ में अगर आप -y यूज करते हो तो इट विल जस्ट create the package.json and will initialize your node project without asking you this set of questions. So ये होने के बाद what is the next step? The next step is install Express package, because Express is not inbuilt package in the Node.js. I told you in the previous demo there are set of inbuilt packages in the Node.js like HTTP, HTTPS, OS, Path and FS. So Express is a third party package. लेकिन ये कहां से आता है, ये कहां पे होता है? In the feature, the last feature we saw. Yes, anyone remember?
npm.
Yes, very good. So Express is a package in the online repository called as a npm. So we have to install it, okay, to use it. So how to install it? See in the presentation, by using the command npm space install space express. So come back to terminal, and here let me clear this. Okay. Type npm install express. Press the enter key. This will install the Express package from that npm online repository. Okay, so press the enter key, and after pressing the enter key, observe package.json file. Package is getting installed, and see now your package is installed, and see what is changed in the package.json file. क्या change हुआ package.json में? Can anybody tell me? Yes, one property is added which was not there earlier. Am I correct? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, one property which is added which was not earlier, that is dependency. Okay, it is an object which consists of list of dependencies that your application is using. It means there is one dependency, there is one package which is used by my application, that is Express. मेरे application में एक package use हो रहा है, that is Express. Like this, if I install any package in this package.json file under dependency, that entry gets created. And what is this? This is the version of the Express package. ये Express package का version है. Yes. अगर आपको देखना है, go to the Google and simply type here Express, open, or type npm express. Okay, go to the npmjs.com, and this is your online repository. Okay, this is the online repository of packages like Express packages, several packages are available. I told you that around 8 lakh packages are available on this online repository, and we are having access to them using npm command. Okay, so just now we have installed this package in our application. Okay, it is a dependency, we require it to use the Express framework. So after that, what is the next step? After initializing the Node.js application, after installing the Express package, what is the next step? Now you create your server file. You can give any name to that file, server.js, app.js, index.js, जो भी आपको नाम देना है आप नाम दे सकते हो उसको. Okay, so let us create a file in your root directory, that is your Express app. Okay, तो यहाँ पे फाइल क्रिएट कीजिए with the name. I will give the name index.js, or if you want you can give the name server.js. अगर आप चाहते हैं तो कोई भी नाम दे सकते हो, but extension must be .js because after all it is a JavaScript code. Okay, so yes, that's it. We have created the index.js file. हमने next step की. After that, let us write our Express application code. Okay, so follow these steps and write your Express application code. What is the first step? First step is import Express package. How do we import anything in the Node.js environment? We have seen in the last demo. Yes. What do we use?
Require.
Yes, very correct. We can use require. So use require to import that Express package, like require parentheses, and in this double quote you specify the name of package, that is Express. Like this, we can import the package, and that imported package you assign to some variable with the name, let's say Express. Okay, so this is the first step. Like in the previous demo we imported the HTTP package to create the web server. So here we have imported the Express package to create the Express application. So this is the first step. Require is a function to import the package, but we will not use this. In this demo, we will not use this. We may use this, even we have used it in the previous demo, but in this demo, we will not use require, because require is a ES5 syntax. Do you know this ES5? What is ES? JavaScript is also called as a ES. Anyone knows the long form of ES? किसी को पता है ES का long form क्या है? Yes, Virazar.
No, sir.
ES JavaScript is also called as a ES. ES means ECMAScript. ECMA ES CRIPT. ECMAScript. JavaScript is also called as a ECMAScript. So why it is called as a ECMAScript? Because there is one organization called as a ECMA, European Computer Manufacturing Association, ECMA, that actually standardize the JavaScript. जैसे आपने सुना होगा ANSI standardize the C. Yes or no? American National Standard Institute, ANSI actually standardize the C. So we call the C as ANSI C. Correct? Yes or no? Am I right? Please respond. Please respond कीजिए. मैं कुछ पूछ रहा हूँ आपको, तो please whenever I ask you something, at least you say yes or no. Have you heard about this ANSI? आपने ANSI का नाम सुना है? ANSI?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So what is ANSI? ANSI is also standardization organization that actually standardize your C language. Yes or no? So like that, there is a standardization organization that standardize JavaScript. That is ECMA, ECMA. And it standardized JavaScript, so it is called as the ECMAScript. So JavaScript is also called as a ECMAScript. So ECMAScript का जो 5th version था, that is ES5, in that require it was used to import the package. But with the ES6, मतलब जब next version उसका आया, so in that we can make the use of import keyword to import the package. We don't have to use the require. And we can use export to export any function or any object. So we will use that ES6 syntax. हम ES6 syntax use करेंगे, इसमें हम ES5 syntax नहीं use करेंगे. हमने previous demo में ES5 syntax use किया था, हमने require use किया था पैकेज को import करने के लिए. हम उससे भी कर सकते हैं इसमें, लेकिन मुझे आपको कुछ अलग दिखाना है. I want to show you the ES6 syntaxes. So we will go with that. We will not use ES5. We will not use this require. We will make the use of import. Okay, understood? Even in React also you have used these import statements. Yes or no? आपने import किया होगा. Import React from the React. Yes. Import use state from the React. So these are the ES6 syntaxes. Okay. तो हम ES6 यूज करेंगे, ये यूज नहीं करेंगे. कर भी सकते हैं लेकिन हम नहीं करेंगे. ओके, तो इसको मैं हटाता हूं. तो I will make the use of import statement to import the package. See, it's a syntax: import express from package name express. Okay, like this. लेकिन ये वर्क होने के लिए आपको एक सेटिंग करना पड़ेगी package.json फाइल के अंदर. अगर आपको ES6 सिंटैक्स यूज करना है import to import the package, you have to make one change in the package.json. What is that change? Below this version or below description, you add one property. You add one key value pair with the key name type and with the value that is module, and you semicolon, sorry, comma, you comma. So you add this property, add this key value pair to use ES6 syntax to use import export statements for importing, exporting the packages or the functions or the object. Okay, so just you write type colon module. आपको इतना करना पड़ेगा package.json में. Thereafter save this and you can use now the import syntax. Okay, आप ये import syntax use कर सकते हो. So we have imported express package from the express package. Okay, this is the first step to create the application. What is the next step? Create express application by calling express function. See, अभी आपने क्या किया? express package को import कर लिया. अभी express package को import करने के बाद आपको express application create करना है. तो उसके लिए आपको जो भी आपने import किया वो express function call करना पड़ेगा. You have to call this express function which returns the instance of application that you assign to some variable. So I have created constant over here. Even you can make the use of late var if you want. Okay, but I will use const because this variable value will not get changed. Okay, आगे ये change होने वाली नहीं है तो मैं इसको const define करूंगा, या मैं late भी use कर सकता हूं, या मुझे चाहिए तो मैं var भी use कर सकता हूं. Okay, but I will use const. Okay. So this is a step that is use express function to create express application. आपने express application बना लिया. Okay. Next, what is the step? Set the port number for application using listen. Okay, it's the same step as like we did in the NodeJS application. आपको आपके application को एक port number देना पड़ेगा जिसपे वो run हो सके, जिसपे वो client से request receive कर सके. So we use the similar set of method. We will call this method, we will call this function on the express app instance object, that is app.listen. Okay, so it accepts one compulsory argument, that is your port number. Let's say this time I will run it on 7000 port number. Okay, the earlier demo, the earlier Node.js application we executed on 4000, I think. So this we will run on some other port number, let's say 7000. Okay, and it accepts one optional parameter, that is callback function. Okay, which will get executed whenever your application gets created. Okay, so here I will just display the message console.log. Let's say my express server started. Okay, like this. Same है, देखिए आप अगर आप इसको कंपेयर करते हो प्रीवियस कोड से तो इट लुक्स लाइक सिमिलर. ओके, वहां पे हमने HTTP पैकेज यूज किया था, इधर हम एक्सप्रेस पैकेज यूज कर रहे हैं. यहाँ पे वहां पे हमने क्रिएट सर्वर मेथड यूज की थी सर्वर क्रिएट करने के लिए. यहाँ पे हमने एक्सप्रेस फंक्शन यूज किया है, और वहां पे भी हमने लिसन मेथड यूज की थी टू लिसन फॉर इनकमिंग कनेक्शन बाय सेटिंग द पोर्ट नंबर. तो यहाँ पे भी हमने लिसन मेथड यूज किए, और इधर पे हमने पोर्ट नंबर स्पेसिफाई किया है लिसन को. यहाँ पे हमने function callback function define किया है which will get executed after server is started. Okay, तो this is your express server. आपने एक basic express server बना लिया. Right now it is not neither receiving the request nor sending the response, but you have created your express server. अभी तो वो कोई रिक्वेस्ट रिसीव नहीं कर रहा है, रिस्पॉन्स नहीं भेज रहा है, बट आपने सर्वर बना लिया. ओके, हाउ टू रन दिस सर्वर? वी यूज द सेम कमांड. ओके, हाउ वी रन इट? प्रीवियस डेमो में हमने देखा था, हमने जो नोड सर्वर बनाया था उसको कैसे रन किया था, क्या यूज किया था? यस,
NodeJS.
यस, लेकिन उसके लिए हमने क्या कमांड क्या यूज की थी नोड.js यूज करने के लिए?
node space file.
You can see this message in the console log. Okay, ये callback execute हो गया. Your server is running on port number 7000. What you can do? You can define a cons with the name port. This you can initialize with the, let's say, 7000, and this port you can use over here. Yes or no, like this. And here I will display the port number also. My server is running, started at, let's say, port number. I will append this like this, port. Sorry. Port like this. Let's save this. Okay. So as soon as I make the changes, what I need to do? Changes will not get reflected immediately. जब भी मैं मेरे एप्लीकेशन के अंदर चेंजेस करूंगा, चेंजेस रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं होंगे. चेंजेस रिफ्लेक्ट होने के लिए मुझे क्या करना पड़ेगा? व्हाट आई नीड टू डू? I need to restart the server. I need to stop the server by using Control C, and again I need to run the server by using node. That is the name of file. And now you can see the message. The port number is shown over here. जो भी हमने चेंज किया था वो यहाँ पे रिफ्लेक्ट हुआ है. Yes or no? So this is how we do. Whenever we make the changes in our application, we stop the server and then we again rerun the server. So this is actually cumbersome. Yes or no? जब भी हम चेंजेस करते हैं हमको क्या करना पड़ता है? सर्वर को स्टॉप करना पड़ता है, फिर सर्वर को अगेन रिस्टार्ट करना पड़ता है और फिर वो चेंजेस रिफ्लेक्ट हो जाते हैं. सो दिस इज कम्बरसम. ये ठीक है, अभी हमने 4-5 लाइंस का कोड लिखा है. सपोज मेरे एप्लीकेशन में 1000 लाइंस का कोड है और लेट्स से आई नीड टू मेक द चेंजेस एट 4-5 प्लेसेस. मुझे 4-5 जगह पे चेंजेस करने हैं. तो आफ्टर मेकिंग ईच चेंज अगेन आई नीड टू स्टॉप द सर्वर एंड आई नीड टू रिस्टार्ट द सर्वर. यस और नो? So this is really cumbersome. So what we can do to avoid this, to avoid the manually stopping of server and manually restarting of server, we will make the use of one third-party package which is called as a NodeMon. हम क्या करेंगे? See, have you understood the issue? Have you understood the problem? Problem क्या है? आपको समझ में आया? मैंने अभी यहाँ पे एक चेंज किया. क्या चेंज किया मैंने यहाँ पे? Instead of defining the port number over here, I just created one variable port. Yes or no? And I initialized it with the value and that variable I used over here. ऐसे मैंने चेंज किया यहाँ पे. तो ये चेंज रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं हुआ इमीडिएटली. कंसोल में जब मैं देखता हूँ तो मैसेज वही था जो पुराना था. तो what I did, I stopped the server, I again restarted the server and then my changes have been reflected. Yes or no? So like this, if suppose frequently you need to make the changes in your application, तो आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा? अगर आपको frequently आपके application में changes करवानी है, let's say at 4-5 places, so what you need to do after making every change, you need to stop the server, you need to restart the server. So this is really cumbersome. Yes or no? Are you with me? Yes. Are you getting or not what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes,
So to avoid this issue, we will make the use of third-party package that is called as a NodeMon. Okay, so let us install the NodeMon. How to install the NodeMon? npm. It is like just like we installed the Express package. npm install space the name of package, that is NodeMon. Okay, and one more thing. When you install the Express package, it is added as a dependency in the package.json? Yes or no? जब भी आपने पैकेज एक्सप्रेस पैकेज इंस्टॉल किया था वो ऐड हो गया एज ए डिपेंडेंसी इन द package.json. See, there are two types of dependency: development dependency and your you can say the production dependency. मतलब जो डेवलपमेंट के टाइम पे लगने वाली डिपेंडेंसी है, डेवलपमेंट के टाइम पे लगने वाले पैकेजेस हैं, और जो एक्चुअल प्रोडक्शन या एक्चुअल आपके एग्जीक्यूशन टाइम पे लगने वाले पैकेजेस हैं या डिपेंडेंसी है. ओके, सो नोडमॉन इज काइंड ऑफ अ डेवलपमेंट डिपेंडेंसी. मतलब ये हमको डेवलपमेंट के टाइम पे ही लगने वाला है. बाद में जब हम एक्चुअल एप्लीकेशन को प्रोडक्शन एनवायरनमेंट में रन करेंगे तो एट दैट टाइम वी डोंट रिक्वायर दिस पैकेज. सो वी विल इंस्टॉल दिस पैकेज एज अ डेवलपमेंट डिपेंडेंसी. हम इसको एज अ डेवलपमेंट डिपेंडेंसी इंस्टॉल करेंगे, ना कि अभी हमने जैसे एक्सप्रेस को इंस्टॉल किया वैसे इसको इंस्टॉल नहीं करेंगे. So how to install any package as a development dependency? That is by using the flag -d. -d means we are installing nodemon as a development dependency. Okay, so press the enter key and observe the change in the package.json. See, in the package.json, entry for nodemon is created but not under dependency. The entry is created under dev dependency. Am I correct? Yes or no? अभी जो एंट्री क्रिएट हुई नोडमॉन की वो डिपेंडेंसी के अंडर क्रिएट नहीं हुई. क्यों नहीं हुई? क्योंकि नोडमॉन हमने इंस्टॉल किया है एज अ डेवलपमेंट डिपेंडेंसी. मतलब हमको डेवलपमेंट के टाइम पे ही इसको ये लगने वाला है, बाद में ये डिपेंडेंसी पैकेज हमको नहीं लगने वाला है. सो वी विल इंस्टॉल इट एज अ डेवलपमेंट डिपेंडेंसी. ओके, अंडरस्टूड?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now after that we need to make one more change in the package.json. What is that? We will add a script. We will add a script to use the nodemon. Nodemon use करने के लिए हम एक script add करेंगे. Okay, so I'm giving the name to that script, that is dev, and here I will change the value of this as nodemon space the name of file. What is the meaning of this? ये स्क्रिप्ट का मीनिंग क्या है? हम क्या बता रहे हैं? जब भी मैं कमांड प्रॉम्प्ट से ये dev कमांड यूज करूंगा, in response to that run this command. By writing this we are telling that whenever we will use dev command, in response to that run this command. Okay, so now you save this, come back to your code. Okay, and first of all let me clear this terminal. Okay, now let us run our application. Earlier how we were running the application, like node index.js. Now let us run our code like this: npm space run space dev, npm space run space dev. Okay, so what is dev? Dev is a script defined in the package.json. हम क्या बोल रहे हैं कि ये स्क्रिप्ट रन करो. क्या है स्क्रिप्ट? ये nodemon space index.js, मतलब रन करो index.js फाइल using nodemon. Okay, see what happens. You press the enter key and see what happens. Yes, your application is started. You can see over here your application is started. You can see the same message which we have shown in the console log. Okay, now let us make the changes. अभी मुझे क्या चाहिए? लेट्स से मुझे पोर्ट नंबर चेंज करना है. Instead of 7000, let's say 9000. Press the enter key and observe the terminal. क्या हुआ देखिए. See what happens. Make the changes, save it, and see what happens. Just tell me. I'm just changing this port number. Instead of 10,000, let's say 3000. Say Control S, and what is happening? Why we are getting this error? Because already this port it is in use. No, don't use this 3000. Let us use 5000. Okay, say this. Okay, what is happening? Whenever you are making the changes, you don't have to stop your server and you don't have to rerun the server. Yes or no? Changes are getting reflected immediately as soon as you save your file. Am I correct? Are you getting or not what I'm saying? हेलो,
यस सर.
Yes, sir.
आपको समझ में आया मैंने क्या क्या एडवांटेज क्या है ऑफ यूजिंग नोडमॉन what is the advantage of using NodeMon instead of running your application using Node, which we were doing earlier? The advantage of NodeMon is whenever you make the changes in your application, whenever you make the changes in your code, you don't have to manually stop your server and restart your server to get the changes reflected. With the NodeMon, the changes gets reflected automatically as soon as we save the file. Okay? Yes or no? So we also make the use of this NodeMon that actually simplify your development process. It will reduce your development time. Like you don't have to stop your server and rerun the server whenever you make the changes. Okay. So it was not there in our presentation PPT, but I just added because I thought you must know this. Okay. So what we did, we have set the port number using listen. Okay. Now let us create the endpoint, create the root, create the API. अभी हम क्या करेंगे? अभी हमने सर्वर तो बना लिया. सर्वर तो हमने बना लिया है. सर्वर 5000 पोर्ट पे रन हो रहा है. अभी हम API क्रिएट करेंगे. API मतलब एक फंक्शन क्रिएट करेंगे, एक प्रोसीजर क्रिएट करेंगे, जो कि क्या करेगा? क्लाइंट की रिक्वेस्ट एक्सेप्ट करेगा और क्लाइंट को रिस्पॉन्स भेजेगा JSON फॉर्मेट में. ओके, सो हाउ टू क्रिएट द API, और वी कैन से REST API using Express. Say Express provide a set of methods, okay, like get, put, post. Okay, what are these methods? Do you know this? These are the HTTP methods. Yes or no? आपको पता होगा ये HTTP methods हैं. Yes. Whenever request is sent by the client, client either use get method, post method, put method, delete or patch method. When client use get request method, whenever client want to get, or you can say read the resource from the server, जब client को resource server से get करना होगा तो get use करेगा. जब client को server पे resource create करना होगा तो post use करेगा. जब client को server पे resource update करना होगा तो put use करेगा. जब client को server पे का resource delete करना होगा वो delete use करेगा. And patch is also similar to put. Do you know these HTTP methods? Yes. Hello. Do you know these HTTP methods?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
In previous NodeJS application, which HTTP method we used while we made the request from the browser? हमने कौन सी मेथड यूज की थी? किसी को याद है या किसी को पता है कौन सी मेथड हमने यूज की थी? यस, कौन सी मेथड यूज की थी बताइए.
Head.
यस, यू कैन सी हियर हेडर्स में देखिए कौन सी मेथड यूज की गई है. इज दिस विजिबल?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
सो गेट रिक्वेस्ट मेथड यूज की थी हमने लास्ट टाइम जब हमने NodeJS एप्लीकेशन बनाया था. हमने ब्राउजर में से URL टाइप करके एंटर की प्रेस की थी, तो रिक्वेस्ट मेथड जो यूज की गई थी इट वाज गेट. सो गेट रिक्वेस्ट मेथड इट इज यूज्ड टू गेट द रिसोर्स, ओके, टू गेट द इंफॉर्मेशन. लाइक इन रिस्पॉन्स टू दैट वी गॉट दिस इंफॉर्मेशन फ्रॉम द सर्वर. जब भी हमको सर्वर से कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन लेनी होती है तो हम गेट यूज करते हैं. जब भी हमको सर्वर पे कुछ क्रिएट करना होता है, जैसे कि मुझे कुछ रिकॉर्ड क्रिएट करना है डेटाबेस में, like I want to create some resource on the server, so I will use post method, POST. और अगर मुझे कुछ existing वहां पे कुछ रिसोर्स होगा उसको डिलीट करना है तो I will use delete method. अगर उसको अपडेट करना है I will use update और patch method. Okay, just you remember this. These are the HTTP methods. Okay, so now what you do to create API? What kind of API you want to develop? Like I want to develop the API which will accept the GET request from the client. Okay, so for that what I will do, on this app instance, जो भी हमको app instance मिला है after calling this express function, on this I will call GET method. Okay, so this API respond to GET HTTP request. ये API किसको रिस्पॉन्ड करेगा? जब भी क्लाइंट से रिक्वेस्ट आएगी, अगर वो रिक्वेस्ट गेट रिक्वेस्ट है तो ये API उस रिक्वेस्ट को एक्सेप्ट करेगा, उसको प्रोसेस करेगा. ओके, रिमेंबर दिस? हैव यू अंडरस्टूड? यस और नो? So it accepts two parameters. First one is path, and second one is a callback function. See, in the world of JS, you will several times you will come across this word callback function, because as we know that JS and this NodeJS, these are the event-based architecture. They follow the event-based architecture. Matlab, in response to event, they execute some set of function which we call as a callback function. So callback function is a kind of function which we pass as an argument to another function. Callback function मतलब क्या होता है? एक function होता है जिसको हम दूसरे function को as an argument pass करते हैं. Okay. So here the second parameter is a callback function. Let's see this. See the syntax carefully. Here we are creating first REST API. यहाँ पे हम पहला REST API बना रहे हैं, पहला फंक्शन बना रहे हैं, पहली प्रोसीजर बना रहे हैं, जो क्या करेगी, क्लाइंट से जो गेट रिक्वेस्ट आ रही है या गेट टाइप की रिक्वेस्ट आ रही है उसको एक्सेप्ट करेगी. लेकिन किस पाथ पे आ रही है? Here you have to specify the route. Here you have to specify the path. किस रूट पे आ रही है, किस पाथ पे आ रही है. फॉरवर्ड स्लैश मतलब रूट पाथ पे आ रही है. ओके, व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ दिस मैं डेमो के टाइम पे आपको बताऊंगा, बट जस्ट यू रिमेंबर दिस इज द एपीआई which accept request coming from the client. What kind of request? Get request on a path that is root path. Okay, and it has one callback function which is called after receiving the request, and this callback function also accept the two parameters, that is request object and response object. आप इसको कुछ भी नाम दे सकते हो. मैंने यहाँ पे REQRES दिया है, आपको देना है तो आप request response ऐसे full words लिख सकते हैं. तो this function gets called whenever request is received. ये फंक्शन कॉल हो जाएगा जब भी रिक्वेस्ट रिसीव होगी. ओके, एंड सिमिलर टू क्रिएट सर्वर, here also request object represent the HTTP request coming from the client. Response object represents the response going from server to client. Okay, and now what we will do, अब हम क्या करेंगे, जब रिक्वेस्ट आएगी तो सेम ग्रीट मैसेज जो हमने भेजा था प्रीवियस एप्लीकेशन में, वैसा सिमिलर एप्लीकेशन यहां से भेजेंगे, वैसा सिमिलर मैसेज यहां से भेजेंगे by calling res dot send. ओके, और अगर आपको जेसन डेटा भेजना है तो यू कैन यूज जेसन मेथड. ओके, एंड इन दिस यू पास द की वैल्यू पेयर, लाइक आई एम सेंडिंग द की मैसेज विद द वैल्यू वेलकम टू ExpressJS. See, look at this. Here we are not sending HTTP. Sorry, here we are not sending HTML or text response, which we did in the previous demo. यहाँ पे हम टेक्स्ट या HTML रिस्पॉन्स भेज नहीं रहे हैं क्लाइंट को, जो कि हमने Node.js एप्लीकेशन बनाते टाइम पे किया था. तो here we are sending a response that is a JSON object. यहाँ पे हम JSON object भेज रहे हैं because this is a REST API. This is a REST API, and as we know that REST API receives and send a data in JSON format. REST API डेटा रिसीव करता है और सेंड भी करता है JSON फॉर्मेट में. तो हम यहाँ पे JSON फॉर्मेट में डेटा भेज रहे हैं. ओके, सो JSON फॉर्मेट क्या होता है? इट इज अ जावास्क्रिप्ट ऑब्जेक्ट विद की वैल्यू पेयर्स. ओके, like key हमने यहाँ पे दी है, मैसेज जो वैल्यू दी है वेलकम टू ExpressJS. So like this you can have several set of key value pairs separated by colons. Okay, so no, so like this we are sending the response to the client. Okay, whenever client send the request, get request on root path, तो ये API कॉल होगा और उसको ये रिस्पॉन्स मिलेगा. So you have created your simple Express application with one REST API. यहां पे आपने एक सिंपल एक्सप्रेस एप्लीकेशन बना लिया है जिसमें आपने एक रेस्ट एपीआई बना लिया है जो कि गेट रिक्वेस्ट प्रोसेस करेगा और जेसन रिस्पांस भेजेगा. नाउ हाउ टू यूज दिस एपीआई? अब ये एपीआई हम कैसे यूज करेंगे? सी यूजुअली व्हाट वी डू टू कंज्यूम दिस रेस्ट एपीआईज, वी डेवलप द यूजर इंटरफेस. हम यूजर इंटरफेस बनाते हैं. जैसे मैंने आपको बताया था कि वेब एप्लीकेशन में 3 पार्ट्स होते हैं. आपका फ्रंट एंड होता है, आपका बैक एंड होता है, आपका डेटाबेस होता है. सो दिस इज अ बैक एंड. आपका फ्रंट एंड क्या होगा? इट मे बी इन द रिएक्ट, इट मे बी एंगुलर, इट मे बी व्यू, इट मे बी इन द वैनिला जेएस एंड जेक्वेरी. तो उसमें से हम ये एपीआई कॉल करेंगे, और फिर हमको रिस्पॉन्स ये मिलेगा। लेकिन अभी तो हमने कुछ यूजर इंटरफेस बनाया नहीं है, हमने तो कुछ रिएक्ट एप्लीकेशन बनाया नहीं है। देन हाउ टू टेस्ट दिस एपीआई, हाउ टू यूज दिस एपीआई, मुझे ये एपीआई टेस्ट करके देखना है कि कैसे वर्क होता है। तो हाउ डू आई टेस्ट द एपीआई? सो देयर इज वन टूल विद द नेम पोस्टमन. पोस्टमन इज अ वेरी पॉपुलर टूल फॉर टेस्टिंग द एपीआई. देखिए, जब भी आप बैकएंड डेवलपमेंट कर रहे हो, सी बीइंग एज अ बैकएंड डेवलपर विच थिंग्स यू मस्ट नो. आपको अगर बैकएंड डेवलपर बनना है तो आपको कुछ क्या चीजें पता होनी चाहिए. आपको ये पता होना चाहिए, आपको क्या पता होना चाहिए, आपको एटलीस्ट वन सर्वर साइड टेक्नोलॉजी पता होनी चाहिए. जैसे कि अभी हम नोड.जेएस एक्सप्रेस सीख रहे हैं तो वो आपको पता है. इसके साथ में और आपको क्या पता होना चाहिए, आपको एपीआई टेस्टिंग टूल पता होना चाहिए, क्योंकि बैकएंड डेवलपर थोड़ा ही रिएक्ट में जाके टेस्ट करेगा एपीआईस को, तो उसको एपीआई टेस्टिंग टूल पता होना चाहिए. जैसे कि मैंने अभी बताया पोस्टमन, उसको एक डेटाबेस पता होना चाहिए, सीक्वल डेटाबेस पता होना चाहिए, जैसे कि माइस्क्यूएल, पोस्टग्रेस. उसको नो सीक्वल डेटाबेस पता होना चाहिए, जो कि हम आगे डिस्कस करने वाले MongoDB. ओके, सो दीज आर दी रिक्वायरमेंट्स फॉर बैकएंड डेवलपर. तो इतना ये तो पता होना ही चाहिए. और इसके आगे उसके साथ पता, आपको पता है कि कंपनी में कोई एक डेवलपर बंदा डेवलप नहीं करता है. कंपनी इज नॉट हैविंग वन डेवलपर ऑन वन प्रोजेक्ट. देयर आर सेवरल डेवलपर वर्किंग ऑन वन प्रोजेक्ट. यस और नो? So there must be some kind of remote repository from where the developers can able to download the code and can work on that code at the same time. तो उसके लिए उसको Git का नॉलेज होना चाहिए. GIT आपको पता होगा. Have you heard about this Git? GitHub? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I am telling you. अभी just reference है इसलिए मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ. I am not expecting all these things once from you. First of all, you become comfortable with Express Node.js. Step by step you learn these things. मैं just आपको बता रहा हूँ कि आगे आपको क्या सीखना है. अगर आपको बैकएंड डेवलपमेंट में करियर करना है तो आप Node.js एक्सप्लोर कीजिए ठीक से, एक्सप्रेस कीजिए, एक्सप्रेस के बाद डेटाबेस कीजिए. एक्सप्रेस के साथ मोस्टली MongoDB यूज होता है, MongoDB सीखिए. अगर आपको SQL डेटाबेस करना है तो MySQL की सीखिए, Postgres सीखिए. ये सब होने के बाद आफ्टर दिस यू लर्न दी वर्जन कंट्रोल टूल, जैसे अभी मैंने बताया गिट. क्योंकि इन द इंडस्ट्री नॉट ओनली यू, अलोंग विथ यू सेवरल पीपल्स वर्क ऑन द सेम प्रोजेक्ट. सो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि हाउ द मल्टीपल डेवलपर्स वर्क टुगेदर. तो फॉर दैट यू मस्ट नो गिट एंड गिटहब या बिट बकेट जो भी है. सो यू मस्ट नो वर्जन कंट्रोल टूल. आपको डेवऑप्स को भी नॉलेज होना चाहिए, जैसे कि एप्लीकेशन एक्चुअली सर्वर पे कैसे डिप्लॉय होता है, हाउ द CI/CD pipeline works, continuous integration, continuous deployment, how the application actually gets deployed on cloud platform like AWS, Azure और GCP. तो आगे आप उसको सीखिए. आपके you remember the track, just you remember what you say, the path which you have to follow to become the successful backend developer. Okay, तो ठीक है. So what we were discussing, we created the Express application. तो हमने एक API बना लिया है. अभी इस API को मुझे टेस्ट करना है. तो अभी तो मेरे पास फ्रंट एंड एप्लीकेशन नहीं है जिससे मैं इसको टेस्ट कर सकूं. हाँ, मैं ब्राउजर में टेस्ट कर सकता हूं. ब्राउजर में जैसे हमने लास्ट टाइम टेस्ट किया था वैसे हम टेस्ट कर सकते हैं. लेकिन वी वांट सम डिफरेंट टूल फॉर API टेस्टिंग, क्योंकि ब्राउजर में से सिर्फ एक ही टाइप की रिक्वेस्ट जाती है. डू यू नो दैट व्हेनेवर वी मेक द रिक्वेस्ट फ्रॉम द ब्राउजर एक ही टाइप की रिक्वेस्ट जाएगी. कौन सी जाएगी? यस, गेट रिक्वेस्ट ही जाएगी. We are executing on 5000. Port number was incorrect. Okay, see here. Here I typed the URL. मैंने URL यहाँ पे टाइप की. This is the name of server machine localhost because it is running on same machine. And this is the port number, जो port number हमने Express application को सेट किया है 5000. Yes or no? Okay. And after that मैंने आगे कुछ भी नहीं लिखा है. So this is a root path and this is a get request. Root path है, get request है, तो request will get accepted by this API. ये API इस request को accept करेगा और JSON फॉर्मेट में डेटा भेजेगा, एक JSON ऑब्जेक्ट भेजेगा, having the message as a property and this value. अगर आप ब्राउजर में देखते हो तो आप देख सकते हो यहाँ पे, you can see the output. Yes or no? अगर सपोज इसके बाद मुझे पोस्ट API बनाना है, I have created REST API
which handle the GET request, but now suppose I want to create the REST API which will handle the POST request. So from the browser I will not able to do this. Then how to test the API, POST API? So for that we require some API testing tool. So we will use the popular API testing tool called as a Postman. So Postman is a freely available. So in the Google you type Postman. You type Postman and click on this link, first link, Postman website link. Click on products, click on get started free. And from here download the Postman. Postman को download कीजिए. Directly as a executable file वो download होगा. आपको install करने की जरूरत नहीं है. Simply double click that file and ऐसे interface open हो जाएगा Postman का. This is a Postman. This is a Postman API testing tool. इसमें से आप आपके API test कर सकते हो. Okay? Yes or no? Are you getting or not? Okay. So let us use this tool to test our first API. अभी हम इसको यूज करेंगे और हमारा API टेस्ट करेंगे. तो ऑलरेडी मैंने यहाँ पे 2 API टेस्ट किए थे, इसलिए यहाँ पे आपको 2 टैब दिख रहे होंगे. तो I will create a new tab and over here you can see here you can specify the URL. Okay. तो URL आप यहाँ पे specify कर सकते हो. You can choose the type of HTTP method depends upon the type of request you are making. आप गेट कर रहे हो तो गेट रिक्वेस्ट यहाँ पे गेट मेथड सिलेक्ट कीजिए, पोस्ट है तो पोस्ट सिलेक्ट कीजिए. लाइक दिस यू कैन सिलेक्ट द टाइप ऑफ HTTP मेथड. सो currently we will use get method and type the URL HTTP :// localhost, that is the address of my machine, the port number is 5000 on 5000, my Express application is running, and then click on send button and see the response over here. You are getting the response as a JSON object and with the property message and with the hello welcome to ExpressJS. That's it. This is how we test the API using Postman. Now what I will do, I will make one change. Now I will change the path. I will change the root to, let's say, user. What is the meaning of this? मैंने अभी यहाँ पे root change कर दिया, मैंने path change कर दिया /user. What is the meaning of this? The meaning of this is now this API will accept the request for root, for path, user. Okay. Earlier it was accepting the request for root path. Yes or no? अभी इस पे वो request accept नहीं करेगा root path पे. You click on send. It will not work. You are getting the error. Why? Because you have defined you have changed the path. You have changed the root from root to user. Yes or no? Are you getting or not what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So what do you do? Here you have to add that root. After this URL, you add /user. /user. Okay. So whenever you click on send button, now you are passing the URL with that root, with that path. So this will get accepted by this API because we have defined this API for that root only. Yes or no? So this API will accept this request, will send the response. Now it will work. Okay, understood? So like this you can create APIs for different routes. Understood? अलग-अलग route के लिए आप API बना सकते हो ऐसे. Have you understood this?
इंटरव्ह्यू घेतले म्हणजे DY पाटील आणि MIT स्टुडंट्सला जास्त ठीक आहे.
Hello. So now let us. I think किसी का mic चालू है. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So let us move further and let us see the assignment जो आपको अभी करनी है. Write Express application to create REST API. आपको Express application बनाना है, REST API एक उसमें create करना है to accept username and password. Okay, ये इसके लिए आपको नहीं ये अभी आप नहीं कर पाएंगे, ठीक है. Just you note down one question. This we will do later. For that you must know how to retrieve the data from the request. Just you note down the question, or rather I will type here. I will type in the notepad. So you have to do this. write Express application to create REST API with root login to accept username and to create REST API with root user which accept GET request and greet user with welcome message. Okay, just we are accepting the request and we are sending the welcome message. जैसे आपको क्या करना है, एक्सप्रेस एप्लीकेशन बनाना है, जैसे अभी मैंने बनाया यहाँ पे सेम एक्सप्रेस एप्लीकेशन बनाना है और उसमें एक रेस्ट एपीआई बनाना है इस नाम से, रेस्ट एपीआई विथ व्हाट, विथ क्रिएट रेस्ट एपीआई विथ route, sorry, with route, or rather I will say path, with route or path user. Okay, you have to create the REST API with root, R-O-U-T, sorry, I wrote R-O-O-T. It is actually R-O-U-T, root, with root or path user, which will accept the request and which will send the message like this. Okay, so similar application you have to develop. Okay, ऐसे ही application आपको बनाना है. So do this, you are having 10 minutes. After that, we will see how to send the data or how to make the post requests to the Express server, how to write the API to handle the post request, how to retrieve the information in the request, and how to respond the response to the user. That we will see. Yes, हम बाद में देखेंगे. Before that, you do this. अभी हमने ये किया है. Yes or no? And I will keep this code open so that you can refer this. जो भी हमने steps follow किए हैं वो steps आपको follow करने हैं while creating the Express application. कौन कौन से steps है? Let me revise this. First one ने क्या किया था? पहले हमने एक folder बनाया. Yes or no? Folder बनाने के बाद उसमें क्या किया? उसको open किया हमने VS Code में by using code space dot. फिर हमने क्या किया? हमने node application को initialize किया by using which command? Yes. Yes, please tell. By using npm init, correct? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
हाँ, so using npm init हमने उसको इनिशियलाइज किया. उसके बाद में हमने क्या किया? npm init करने के बाद कौन सी फाइल क्रिएट हुई? Yes, कौन सी? package.json. करेक्ट. उसके बाद में हमने क्या किया? कौन सा? उसके बाद में हमने क्या किया? उसके बाद में हमने एक पैकेज इंस्टॉल किया. कौन सा? नोडमॉन से पहले एक इंस्टॉल किया एक्सप्रेस, npm इंस्टॉल एक्सप्रेस. तो आपको वो इंस्टॉल करना है. उसके बाद में फिर हमने नोडमॉन इंस्टॉल किया एज अ डेवलपमेंट डिपेंडेंसी यूजिंग npm इंस्टॉल नोडमॉन -d. उसके बाद में हमने package.json में एक चेंज किया. क्या चेंज किया? We have added one property, that is type module. Why? To use ES6 syntaxes, that is import and export, instead of using require and module.exports. Okay, so then we have created one file index.js and then we wrote this code to create our server and then we executed it using nodemon. By one more thing, we have added script also. Along with this, we have added script also to run our application using nodemon, like dev and the name of the property dev and the value, that is nodemon space index.js, the name of file. And then we executed our code using that script by using npm run dev, that executed our application using nodemon. Due to that, if we make any changes in our application gets restarted automatically. We don't have to manually do this. Okay, so follow these steps and do this. Okay, if you are having any doubt, you can ask me. अगर कोई स्टेप आपको रिमेंबर नहीं है या कुछ कंसेप्ट इसमें का आपको पता नहीं चला है या समझ में नहीं आया तो आप मुझे पूछ सकते हो, और यू कैन कंटिन्यू विद दिस असाइनमेंट जो अभी मैंने आपको बोली. हेलो हरीश. हेलो.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We will wait for 10 minutes to perform the assignment by the students.
Yes, yes. Let them do. Let them have they understood the question?
Yes, sir.
And do
I
they
have
remember?
a
Yes.
question in the WhatsApp group also. No.
Yes, yes. Do they remember the steps which we followed for creating the Express application and how it is different from the plain Node.js application? हमने जो steps follow किए हैं वो उनको remember है क्या? अभी जस्ट मैंने revise किए थे. Okay? जैसे कि हमने फोल्डर क्रिएट किया, देन npm init -y किया, देन एक्सप्रेस इंस्टॉल किया, फिर नोडमॉन इंस्टॉल किया, पैकेज.json में 2 चेंजेस किए, स्क्रिप्ट ऐड की, टाइप मॉड्यूल ऐड किया, फिर एक्सप्रेस का कोड लिखा और फिर उसको स्क्रिप्ट से रन किया npm run dev से. सर नो, तो एक रेसिपी बनाना है आपको विथ रूट विद द पाथ यूजर. तो जब भी मैं ब्राउजर में से या फिर पोस्टमैन में से उसको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा तो रिस्पॉन्स ये आएगा. वन मोर थिंग, अगर आपका इंटरनेट स्पीड अच्छा है तो आप पोस्टमैन डाउनलोड कीजिए, क्योंकि आगे हम पोस्ट रिक्वेस्ट भी पोस्ट एपीआई भी क्रिएट करेंगे. तो उसके लिए ब्राउजर में से हम रिक्वेस्ट नहीं कर पाएंगे. अभी तो गेट रिक्वेस्ट आप ब्राउजर में से कर सकते हो, लेकिन आगे आपको पोस्टमैन लगेगा. तो इफ यू आर हैविंग द टाइम, डाउनलोड पोस्टमैन आल्सो. हरीश, प्लीज टेल देम टू डाउनलोड पोस्टमैन आल्सो.
Yes, sir. Can we give 20 minutes to them because
ओके, ठीक है.
postman
ओके, ठीक है. देन वी विल मीट एट
1 p.m.
12:40. So we will meet around 1:10.
1 p.m.
Okay, around 1 or 1:10. Okay.
Okay,
So
sir.
let them develop Express application. Let them install Postman. Then we'll meet. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Uh,
No, sir. We'll
Shall
check
I-
for
shall
30 minutes
shall I-
break.
okay. Shall I send PPT to you so that they will go through PPT if they require and will follow the steps?
Yes,
मैं
sir.
आपको PPT तुम्हारे पाठूंगा. मैं तरह रेफर करता हूँ.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please send.
Just a minute. I'm sending you on the WhatsApp.
Okay, sir.
Password I have received from the client, I will match them with the correct username and password, and I will send the appropriate message like user is a valid user. If they match, else user is an invalid user. Have you understood what I want to say? मैं क्या करने वाला हूँ, मुझे बॉडी में मुझे क्या मिला यहाँ पे, what I got the username and password sent by the user. Yes or no? For example, to access specifically username, what I will do, req.body.username. Like this I will write. Yes or no? Like this, if I write request object dot body and body के अंदर password है, so I will write req.body.password. Save this, click on send, come back to terminal, see you got the username and password. Yes or no? जो भी यहाँ से हमने सेंड किया है पोस्टमैन में से, करेक्ट. abc@gmail.com xyz. यहाँ पे देखिए यहाँ पे देखिए abc@gmail.com xyz. Yes, we got the same username and password. तो what we will do, हम इसको कंपेयर करेंगे करेक्ट यूजर नेम एंड पासवर्ड से. अभी के लिए तो हम यहाँ पे वो वैल्यूज यहाँ पे ही डायरेक्टली हार्ड कोडेड लिखेंगे. बाद में लेटर ऑन we will create one table in the MongoDB database, and in that we'll create one record with the username and password, and then we will write the code in our Express application to connect to the MongoDB database, and we'll retrieve the रियल लाइफ में भी ऐसे ही होता है. जब भी आप फेसबुक में लॉगिन पेज पे आपका यूजर नेम पासवर्ड डालते हो और लॉगिन को क्लिक करते हो, तो फेसबुक का सर्वर क्या करता है डेटाबेस में, सो विल डू द सेम. तो अभी के लिए हम क्या करेंगे, इस यूजर नेम पासवर्ड को हार्ड कोडेड यूजर नेम पासवर्ड से मैच करेंगे. So how we do the comparison, how we write the decision making statement in the JavaScript? Yes. How we write the decision making statement if else? Yes, what is the syntax of if else? Yes, tell me. Same as like C. Yes, if condition क्या रहेगी? Yes. Tell me. यूजर से जो यूजर नेम आ रहा है आपको वो किस में आ रहा है? इट इज कमिंग इन req.body.username. Yes or no? So compare this with, compare करने के लिए what we use in the JavaScript, we use double equal to or triple equal to. Do you know what is the difference between double equal to and triple equal to? Double equal to simply compare the values, whereas triple equal to compare the values and the types. मतलब दोनों जो आर्ग्यूमेंट्स है उनके वैल्यूज भी सेम है क्या और उनका टाइप भी सेम है क्या? So mostly we use triple equal to. Okay, so let us use triple equal to, and let's say I'm expecting the username to be lmn@gmail.com and password. तो मुझे second condition ये करनी है, ऐड करनी है. So we use logical and say request.body.password is triple equal to, let's say, 1 2 3 4 5. Understood? Yes or no? ये req.body.username क्या है? ये यूजरनेम है जो हम यहां से भेज रहे हैं. ओके, एंड req.body.password ये क्या है? ये पासवर्ड है जो हम यहां से भेज रहे हैं. What is req? req is your request object. What is body? Body is a parameter in this request object, and body has that JSON object which is sent by the user, and that JSON object has username and password, the two fields. तो उसको एक्सेस करने के लिए हम यहाँ पे डॉट ऑपरेटर यूज कर रहे हैं. ओके, यस और नो? सो वी आर मैचिंग दिस. अगर ये मैच हो जाता है, if both condition becomes true, we'll do something, else we'll do something. अगर ये मैच होता है तो हमको क्या करना है? यहाँ से क्या भेजना है? यस, that's what we will do. Tell me. We will send the response like you are a valid user. So how to send the response? Yes, look at this statement. This is a statement for sending the response. Send the response in JSON format. On response object, we are having the response as a second argument in this callback function. On this, you call JSON method, and to this you pass the JSON object like message, and let's say I am passing the message user is valid user or authenticated user, like this. Else, what is this message? User is invalid. Okay, understood this? A simple login API. This is a simple login API which accepts the username and password from the user, match them with the correct username and password, and send the appropriate message to the user. Have you understood? Is anyone having any difficulty in this? See, we have enhanced our application. Earlier we were having only one REST API that was greeting the user with the message. It was accepting the GET request only. Just now we have added one more API, that is login API, which accept the post request, which accept the username and password from the user, and match them with the correct username and password and send the appropriate message to the user. So this is the login API. Okay, so let us use this. Okay. So go to the Postman. Okay. So already here we have typed the URL. Okay, that is as you know that this is the IP address of the machine and the port number of the application, and this is the root, and the method is a post because we are making the post request, and click on send and see the output. You are getting the output user is invalid. Why you are getting this? Yes, because we are matching the accepted username and password with the username lmn@gmail.com and the password 12345. Suppose if I change this username to, let's say, lmn and password to, let's say, 12345, what will happen? We got the output, we got the JSON response with the message user is a valid user, because now this time the username and passwords are matched. Correct? Yes or no? Hello, are you getting or not?
Yes, sir.
Hello,
Yes, sir.
I think you had heavy lunch. खाना ज्यादा होगा सबको शायद. कोई अभी रिस्पॉन्स नहीं कर रहा है. बिफोर लंच आई वाज गेटिंग सम रिस्पॉन्स फ्रॉम यू लाइक यस, नो, नो यस अंडरस्टूड. रिस्पॉन्स अभी देर से आ रहा है शायद. हेलो, प्लीज टेल मी इफ यू आर नॉट गेटिंग, आई मे रिपीट, एल्स वी कैन मूव फर्दर. आपको समझ में आ रहा है क्या किया हमने ये एपीआई में क्या किया हमने? पहले हमने क्या सीखा कि हाउ टू create the REST API to accept the post requests. Then how to parse the incoming data using middleware. We use a express.json function that parses the incoming data, and to mount that middleware we use a use function on app instance. और फिर बाद में हमने क्या किया, रिक्वेस्ट जो ऑब्जेक्ट होता है उसका जो उसमें जो बॉडी पैरामीटर होता है उसमें इनकमिंग डेटा होता है. तो इनकमिंग जो डेटा है इट इज अ जेसन ऑब्जेक्ट, उसमें यूजर नेम पासवर्ड दो फील्ड्स हैं. तो उसको एक्सेस करने के लिए हमने डॉट ऑपरेटर यूज करके वो फील्ड्स एक्सेस किए, और उसमें के वैल्यू जो है उसकी कंपैरिजन एक स्पेसिफिक फिक्स्ड वैल्यू से हमने की. अभी के लिए तो हम ऐसे कर रहे हैं, बाद में हम क्या करने वाले, डेटाबेस से फेच करके लाएंगे. ओके सर, नो ये वैल्यूज अभी के लिए हमने हार्ड कोडेड यहाँ पे रखी हैं, बट वी विल फेच दीज वैल्यूज फ्रॉम द डेटाबेस. ओके, एंड विल मैच देम एंड विल सेंड द अप्रोप्रिएट मैसेज. ओके, बट अभी के लिए हैव यू अंडरस्टूड हाउ टू क्रिएट द REST post REST API, how to parse the incoming data, and how to send the appropriate response to the user. Okay, so congratulations, you have created the two REST APIs, one to handle the get request, one to handle the post request, and you have written the code for parsing the incoming data. Okay, have you understood this? Now you can do this assignment. आप ये assignment कर सकते हो. Learning the databases, there was only one type of database, that was a relational database. Even currently also we use it. You might have heard the names MySQL, Postgres. So these are the examples of relational databases. So can anyone tell me in the relational database how the data gets stored? Yes.
In row and column.
Yes, in the relational database, data gets stored in the form of tables, and every table has the set of rows and columns. And relational database is, you can say it's a structured database. Yes or no? Means, let's say suppose you have defined a table with the name employee having the columns, let's say employee ID, employee name, department, and salary. So table is having the 4 columns. So all the records in that table will have these 4 columns only. We cannot have a record with, let's say, 3 columns, or we cannot have the record with, let's say, 10 columns. Yes or no? Because it's a structured one. Am I correct what I'm saying? Hello. So relational database is a structured, I mean, data. It has you can say the schema, and as I said, all the records in a table, they follow the same structure, and they have the same set of columns. Okay, so what is nothing but MongoDB? MongoDB, it's a NoSQL database, or it is a non-relational database. Relational databases are SQL databases. जो भी मैंने भी आपको बताया, जैसे कि MySQL है, Postgres है, ये relational databases है. These are called as a SQL database. Okay, because we use the SQL structured query language to perform the operation on database. Okay, आपने सीखा होगा database में MySQL या Postgres आपने यूज किया होगा, आपने queries वगैरह यूज किए होंगे, like select, insert, delete, update. Okay, yes or no? So that is these statements belong to the SQL, okay, structured query language. So these databases are called as a SQL databases. These databases are called as a relational databases. Okay, and MongoDB is a completely different. It's not relational database. It's a non-relational database, or you can call it as a NoSQL database, or you can call it as a document-oriented database. What is the meaning of this? MongoDB, in MongoDB, data, it is stored not in rows and columns. In MongoDB, data is stored in the form of documents. Remember this, why it is called as a document-oriented database. In MongoDB, data is stored in the form of document, and every document is nothing but a JSON object or JSON-like object. I will say JSON-like object because in MongoDB, the stored format, it is called as BSON. Okay, so BSON is basically the binary representation of JSON, or you can say like this: in MongoDB, data is stored in the form of JSON object. Okay, so in MongoDB, the tables are called as a collections. ओके, MongoDB में टेबल्स को हम कलेक्शंस कहते हैं, एंड एवरी रिकॉर्ड इन द कलेक्शन इज कॉल्ड एज अ डॉक्यूमेंट. ओके, जैसे कि रिलेशनल डेटाबेस में हम टेबल कहते हैं और रिकॉर्ड्स कहते हैं. ओके, like this in MongoDB we call table as a collection, and records in that collection we call them as a documents. Okay, so it's a document oriented database. It's a NoSQL database. What is the advantage of using MongoDB? Advantage of using MongoDB is it allows the developer to store structured as well as unstructured data. मतलब आपको अगर structured data store करना है वो भी आप store कर सकते हैं as like relational databases, या अगर आपका डेटा अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड होगा, आपको पता नहीं है कि हर एक रिकॉर्ड्स में कितने कॉलम्स होंगे, किसी रिकॉर्ड में 2 कॉलम्स होंगे, किसी रिकॉर्ड में 10 कॉलम होंगे, किसी रिकॉर्ड में 5 कॉलम होंगे, सो यू आर नॉट श्योर अबाउट इट. सो MongoDB सपोर्ट्स द स्टोरिंग ऑफ अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड डेटा आल्सो. मींस आपका डेटा अगर अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड रहेगा फिर भी आप उसको स्टोर कर सकते हो. That you can't do in case of relational databases because these are the structured databases. Okay, so MongoDB supports or allows the developer to store the structured as well as unstructured data. और उसमें जो डेटा स्टोर होता है वो JSON फॉर्मेट में होता है. आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे दिस इज द एग्जांपल ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट. यहाँ पे जो मैंने स्क्रीनशॉट ऐड किया है ये कलेक्शन के अंदर का डॉक्यूमेंट है. डॉक्यूमेंट मतलब रिकॉर्ड है जो कि JSON फॉर्मेट है. इट इज एक्चुअली JSON फॉर्मेट बट यू कैन कॉल इट एज अ JSON फॉर्मेट. ये JSON फॉर्मेट है. इसमें देख सकते हैं आप, इसमें फर्स्ट फील्ड क्या है, आईडी फील्ड है, अंडरस्कोर आईडी. ये एवरी रिकॉर्ड में एवरी डॉक्यूमेंट में ऑटोमेटिकली ये फील्ड क्रिएट हो जाती है विद सम यूनिक नंबर. एंड यू कैन सी द नेक्स्ट एट्रीब्यूट और नेक्स्ट जो उसमें फील्ड है नेम है, एंड इट इटसेल्फ इज अ डॉक्यूमेंट. वो खुद भी एक डॉक्यूमेंट है. ओके, हैविंग द 2 फील्ड्स फर्स्ट एंड लास्ट. सो अ डॉक्यूमेंट में हैव द एम्बेडेड डॉक्यूमेंट आल्सो. डॉक्यूमेंट के अंदर भी डॉक्यूमेंट हो सकती है in MongoDB. Okay, so like this you can store the unstructured data, and data in the MongoDB it is stored in the BSON format. BSON is a binary representation of JSON. Okay, just remember this. And इसका advantage अगर कोई पूछता है आपको MongoDB का advantage क्या है over relational databases, so you can tell like this. It allows the developer to store structured or unstructured data that we can't do with the relational databases. Okay, and that is the reason it is most widely used. It is most popular database that is used for developing the scalable applications on the internet. और अगर आपने नाम सुना होगा, have you heard about the MERN stack, mean stack? ऐसे आपने कभी सुना है? Have you heard about this? MERN, MEAN, MEVN.
Yes, sir.
What is that MERN?
MongoDB, Express, React, and NodeJS.
Good. So it is you can say that it is a set of full stack technology. Yes or no? To develop the full stack application. So MongoDB in the MERN stack, it is a MERN stack or MEAN. अगर आप MEAN कहते हो, that is a MongoDB, Express, Angular, and NodeJS. It is another stack in which we use Angular as our front end technology. तो MERN stack जो है अभी popular है. If you search in the Google MERN stack jobs or MERN stack developer, a lot of opportunities are there. Companies are hiring the MERN developers. तो MERN developer जो होता है, so that MERN developer has the knowledge of front end technology React, which is used to develop the user interface, has the knowledge of back end technology. N means Node and E means Express. Node and Express जो अभी हमने सीखा, like this वो ऐसे ही APIs बनाए जाते हैं. And he or she has the knowledge of database, that is YAML, that is MongoDB. So using this set of technology, you can develop the complete application. Okay. So being as a MERN developer, these technologies he or she knows. Okay. So this is the introduction of MongoDB. Now let us see how to use the MongoDB. अभी हमने just MongoDB का introduction देखा कि MongoDB क्या है, कौन से टाइप का डेटाबेस है, कहाँ पे यूज होता है, डेटा कौन से फॉर्मेट में उसमें स्टोर होता है. अभी हम MongoDB को यूज करेंगे. तो there are 2 ways. Either you can download the setup file of MongoDB on your machine locally, you can install it, you can use it, or you can make the use of cloud service provided by MongoDB. MongoDB एक cloud service provide करता है जिसको आप यूज करके you can create the database on cloud and you can consume it, you can use it. Okay, so that cloud service provided by MongoDB, it is called as a MongoDB Atlas. उसको MongoDB Atlas बोलते हैं. Okay, just remember this. So here we are going to use this cloud service provided by MongoDB called as Atlas, और वो क्लाउड सर्विस हम यूज करके क्लाउड पे डेटाबेस बनाएंगे और उसको हम हमारे एपीआईज में उसको यूज करेंगे। जैसे अभी हमने लॉगिन का जो एपीआई बनाया है टू कंपेयर द यूजर नेम एंड पासवर्ड, तो हम क्या करेंगे, एटलास सर्विस यूज करेंगे, क्लाउड पे एक टेबल एक कलेक्शन बनाएंगे यूजर, ओके, जिसमें यूजर नेम पासवर्ड रिकॉर्ड में फील्ड्स रहेंगे, वैल्यूज कुछ रहेंगे उसमें, और हमारे एपीआई में से हम MongoDB को कनेक्ट करेंगे, वो यूजर नेम पासवर्ड रिट्राइव करेंगे, मैच करेंगे और यूजर को रिस्पॉन्स भेज देंगे। ओके, सो वी आर गोइंग टू यूज MongoDB Atlas service. So these are the steps you should follow to set up your account and to set up the database on the MongoDB Atlas. Already I'm having my account, so can anyone tell me his or her email address so that we can begin with his or her email address? Because already I registered my email address with MongoDB Atlas, so I can't able to use the same email ID to create the new account. मतलब I need to show you how to set up your MongoDB Atlas account. Already मेरा account वहाँ पे registered है, so I cannot use the same one. Harish sir, hello. Is he available?
Yes, sir. We can use, sir, our email address, that is model.csv.nvnc.
Okay, we'll use that. We'll use that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So follow these steps to set up your MongoDB Atlas account. First of all, you visit this website, that is cloud.mongodb.com. Okay. So let us open the browser and type cloud.mongodb.com. Press the enter key. So already I have registered, so it has redirected me to my account. So let me log out this first. Okay, so whenever you access that URL, it will show you this page. Okay, so from here you either you select your Google account to sign up or to create your account, or you can make the use of your GitHub credential also. So we will go with Google. And already I have logged on this machine with the IP address shared by Harish sir. So I will use this. या फिर आपको वो लॉगिन विंडो पूछेगा, उसमें आपको यूजर नेम दैट इज ईमेल आईडी और पासवर्ड डालना है और लॉगिन करना है. इट इज एक्चुअली आस्किंग फॉर अ 2-step वेरिफिकेशन. यस. So you click on sign up, then you enter your username and password. Okay. Accept their privacy policy. Click on submit. So you have successfully registered your account with the MongoDB Atlas service. So initially, first time it asks you some set of questions like what is your goal today. You randomly select some answer. Let's say I want to learn MongoDB. First time ही पूछेगा वो, बाद में नहीं पूछेगा. What type of application you are building? Let's say just select something like I'm just exploring it. Okay. What is your preferred language? So we are using JavaScript. Yes or no? Because your Express application, by the way, in this we use the JavaScript programming language. So select that and say finish. So first time it will ask you this. Later on it will not ask. Okay. So we will go with the free service provided by MongoDB. We will not go with the paid service. So select the free service. By default it is selected. Just you press next button. यहाँ पे कुछ भी नहीं करना है आपको, सिर्फ next button पे press करना है. So it will ask you some kind of verification questions like ये पूछ रहा है कि यहाँ पे मोटरसाइकिल कहाँ पे आपको select करना है. Like this, it will ask you the set of questions. Just a minute. It will take some time to set up your account. If you want, you can do along with me also. Visit cloud.mongodb.com. Then you click on Google and you enter your username. It will ask you the password. Enter your password and move further. That will
create your or set up your account on MongoDB Atlas. Let me refresh this page. Why it is taking more time? Okay. Motorcycle 2, 3. Page is getting refreshed. Bridges 1, 2, 3. Yes. Okay. So we have created our account on MongoDB Atlas. Okay. Then first time it will ask you for creating the username and password. So create the username. Let's say I will create a username root. You can give any name and set some password. Like I will set the password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Set some password and say create database user. It is saying password is weak. Okay, so we'll give some password like Moodle@123. Create database user. Okay. So then it will ask you for choose connection method. Okay. So this we will do later. Simply close this. That's it. So you have created the account on MongoDB Atlas. Some processing is going on. It will take some time. Are you doing along with me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now we will create one database. We have created the account on MongoDB Atlas. This is the MongoDB's cloud service, okay, which allow you to set up your database and you can use this database. Okay. So let us create the database. Click on create. Okay. So there are some options. There are 3 options: serverless, dedicated, shared. Out of that, shared is a free one. Select the shared one because we are using the free service provided by MongoDB. Don't use serverless or dedicated, else you need to pay. Okay. So select shared and then you can host your database on any of these 3 cloud platforms. आपका database आप ये तीनों में से किसी भी एक cloud platform पे host कर सकते हो. MongoDB is offering you to create your database either on AWS server, on Google Cloud, or on Microsoft Azure. So I will go with AWS. Then you may select the region. These are the regions provided by AWS. I hope you know the concept of these regions and cloud providers. Okay. तो कोई भी एक रीजन आप सिलेक्ट कीजिए या डिफॉल्ट जो है वो रहने दीजिए, नो इशू. Default one is a Mumbai selected. So I will go with this. It means your MongoDB database will get created on AWS platform in Mumbai region. The meaning of this is that. Okay. And you will get स्टोरेज ऑफ 512 MB. आपको ये फ्री मिल रहा है. अगर आपको इससे ज्यादा चाहिए तो यू शुड गो विद सम पेड सर्विस, लाइक जैसे मैंने बताया कि डेडिकेटेड है, सर्वरलेस है, तो वो यूज करके आपको मिल सकता है मोर स्टोरेज अगर आपको चाहिए तो. ओके. एंड देन से क्रिएट क्लस्टर. staircase image. I'll ask you some set of questions. It is saying already we created it. Okay. I think we already created this. Just a minute. Yes, cluster is already there. Okay, no need to create it because already during our account creation it is already created. Okay, already is created. Just let us open this. Just a minute.
So we have created our account on MongoDB Atlas. Let us use this database. Okay. So after doing this, come back to our code, come back to our API. Okay. तो अभी हमने क्या किया है, MongoDB we have used a MongoDB Atlas service. We have created our account on MongoDB Atlas, and now what we are going to do, अब हम क्या करेंगे, we'll make the use of that MongoDB Atlas service. Okay. From our Express application, means we'll connect to the MongoDB database from our Express application. I will do one more thing. I will create one more API. मैं और एक API यहाँ पे create करता हूँ with the root, let's say register. मैं इसको copy. I will copy this. And I will create a new API which will handle the post requests and with the root register. So register. So we will call this API to register the user or to create the user. तो ये API हम कॉल करेंगे यूजर को रजिस्टर करने के लिए, यूजर को क्रिएट करने के लिए. So at this moment I will keep the body of this callback function empty. We'll add the code later. Okay. Just let me remove this pair of closing. Remove the closing curly bracket. Okay. Yes. So we have created a new API which will handle the post requests and it will accept the requests on root register. Okay. मतलब जब मैं यहाँ पे अगर instead of login root if I use register, then this API will get called. Okay. It means you will call login API to perform the validation of user, and you will call register API to register the user. Okay, so means we created the two separate APIs for login and register. We will write the code in the register, but just we have created the structure of that API. हमने API का structure बना लिया है. Okay, yes or no? Now what we will do? अभी हम क्या करेंगे? Now just now we created the MongoDB account in the MongoDB Atlas cloud service. We will write the code to connect our NodeJS application to the MongoDB. हम क्या करेंगे, नोड हमारा जो एक्सप्रेस एप्लीकेशन है, दिस एक्सप्रेस एप्लीकेशन or you can say node application because after all it runs on the top of NodeJS platform only. Okay, so now we will connect our express application to the MongoDB database. हम express application को MongoDB database से connect करेंगे. Okay, so directly तो हम कर नहीं सकते. You cannot directly connect your express application to the MongoDB database. You require some set of software which will allow our express application to communicate with the MongoDB database. Okay, remember you need some package which allow your express application to communicate with the MongoDB database. So there are several options for that. There are several, you can say, such softwares are available, which we call as a packages, or which we call as a ODM. ODM, you can call it as a ODM, object data modeling. Okay, so we'll go with one popular ODM called as a Mongoose. Okay, it is called as a Mongoose. Let me open the Google and let me search for Mongoose. It will show you that. So Mongoose is what? Mongoose is a ODM. Mongoose is a very popular ODM, or you can at this moment you can remember it as a software or package which allow us to connect our express application to MongoDB database. ये ऐसा सॉफ्टवेयर है जो कि हमको अलाउ करेगा हमारे एक्सप्रेस एप्लीकेशन को MongoDB से कनेक्ट करने के लिए. तो वी आर गोइंग टू यूज दिस. तो सबसे पहले आपको क्या करना है, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू हैव टू इंस्टॉल दैट पैकेज. आपको वो पैकेज इंस्टॉल करना है. How we install any package in Node.js environment? Yes. How do we install? How we installed Express package? How we installed a node mount? Yes. हमने कैसे इंस्टॉल किया था?
Using npm.
Yes, npm space install, or simply you can write I भी लिखा तो भी चलेगा या install लिखा तो भी चलेगा. Both are same. मतलब शॉर्टकट आप I यूज कर सकते हो उसका शॉर्ट फॉर्म में, या install लिख सकते हो. Space mongoose. You can press the enter key. and don't add it as a development dependency. Don't add it as a development dependency. Don't use -d because it is not development dependency. Your NodeMon is a development dependency. Neither Mongoose nor Express are development dependency. Okay. तो package.json में डिपेंडेंसी के अंडर उसकी एंट्री क्रिएट हो जाएगी. उसका वर्जन यहाँ पे शो कर रहा है. Mongoose का क्या वर्जन है? जस्ट हमने Mongoose इंस्टॉल किया है. Yes or no? So first of all, you install the Mongoose ODM. So Mongoose is a kind of software that allow our Express application to communicate with MongoDB database. Okay. Now what is the next step? After installing the Mongoose, now you write the code to establish the connection with the MongoDB database. MongoDB database से कनेक्ट होने के लिए आपको कोड लिखना पड़ेगा. कैसे लिखना पड़ेगा? तो सबसे पहले come to your Express application. First of all, you import that Mongoose package. So as we are using ES6 syntax, we will not use require, we will use import. Yes or no? How we import? Import Mongoose from Mongoose. Okay. Mongoose को import करो. Okay. Understood? Then let's say before API आपने जहां पे डिफाइन किए हैं उससे पहले let's say यहाँ पे to call one function on Mongoose instance. Mongoose के इंस्टेंस पे एक फंक्शन आपको कॉल करना है. Mongoose dot. The name of function is Mongoose dot connect. Call this function and to this function pass the URL. See, connect is a function which we are calling on the Mongoose instance which connect our Express application to MongoDB database. ये आपके Express application को MongoDB database से कनेक्ट करेगा, लेकिन आपको इसको URL भेजना पड़ेगी. वो URL मुझे कहां से मिलेगी? मेरा database यहाँ पे locally run नहीं हो रहा है. My database is not running locally on my machine. Otherwise, I would have passed some kind of URL having the local host and some port number, having the name of database like this. But my database is running on cloud platform. It is running on AWS. We are using the Atlas service. So we need to pass the URL of that database. आपको यहाँ से आपको URL भेजना पड़ेगी उसकी. So from where I will get the URL of my database, which is running on, let's say, AWS cloud platform. So go to the MongoDB's Atlas dashboard. And here you click on connect. Click on connect button. Okay. And here you see, you click on choose connection method and click on drivers. Okay. Click on drivers. Just a minute. And if you see at the bottom, it is showing you some kind of URL. आपको URL show कर रहा है यहाँ पे. Can you see this? Yes. So you copy this URL. इस URL को copy करना है. Go to your Express application and paste this URL as a string and pass it as an argument to the connect function. Okay. जैसे यहाँ पे आपको क्या करना है, ये पासवर्ड की वैल्यू आपको यहाँ पे सेट करनी है, बिकॉज बाय डिफॉल्ट वो यहाँ पे ये वर्ड रखता है. जैसे यू रिप्लेस दिस विथ योर करेक्ट पासवर्ड. सो आई थिंक वी हैव सेट द पासवर्ड moodle@123. Okay. So save this. What was our password? Yes, let me confirm it. This sections. Okay. Anyway, I think this password is correct one. We'll begin with that only. Okay. So just we have placed the correct password. Okay. So this is the URL that will connect our Express application to MongoDB database. So just save this. Let's rerun our application by using npm run dev, which will run the script and which will run our application using NodeMon. ओके ठीक है, we are getting some error. What is the error? URI must include username, domain name, and TLD. Just I think we are getting the issue due to this @ symbol, because @ symbol is also used here in the URL. I think our password should not have the @. Let me change the password of that user. Let me find the option for resetting the password. It is so I think somewhere it must be here. Yes, edit. Let's change that password. Edit the password. Okay, so if you want to change the password under security, you click on database access, and from here you change the password. Let's say I'm giving the name Moodle roller 123. So just update the user. Okay, that's it, and we'll use that updated password now. This still getting the error. Okay, I think already our application was running. Let me close the previous instance of our application. You cannot run the two applications on same port number. Yes or no? Every application has unique port address. Yes, now we are not getting any error. Correct? Hello? Are you getting or not what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
We are getting the error because one more instance of this application was running on same port number, and we know that we can't run two applications on same port number. Okay, so now our application is successfully started, and I hope we established a connection with the MongoDB database, but we are not sure whether the connection has been established or not. How we can verify that? Okay, we will see that. So this is the simple step to connect your Express application to MongoDB database. Just you install the Mongoose package, import it, and just call connect method, and to this connect method pass the URL. So from where we got this URL, from the MongoDB dashboard, from where we got this URL. Yes, when we
connect.
Click on connect. Yes or no? When we click on connect, when we click on choose connection method, from here drivers, and from here we got this URL, and just we have replaced this password word by actual password. Yes or no? That's it. So this is how we connect MongoDB Express application to MongoDB database. Now what we will do? Now let us write the code to add the record or to add the document in the MongoDB database. हम क्या करेंगे? When user will call the register API from the Postman, when user will call the register API, user will pass the username and password. Okay, and let's say one more field. Let's say name of user. Let's say name of user is LMN JJJ, like this. So whenever user will call this register API, whenever user will pass this JSON object with the three fields, username, password, and name, this API is going to call, and from this API what we will do, we will create a record, we will create a document, because in MongoDB, as I said, a record is called as a document. Just to remember, document में जब कहूँगा, document मतलब record, okay, और जब मैं collection कहूँगा, collection मतलब table, okay, you remember that. तो यहाँ से हम क्या करेंगे, we will insert that record in the database, or we will insert that document in the database. But before that, we have to define the structure of that table or structure of that collection. Record database में insert करने से पहले वो record किस में insert होगा, document किस में insert होगी, table के अंदर, table means collection के अंदर. लेकिन वो collection का नाम क्या रहेगा, वो collection में क्या fields रहेंगे. So we have to create this structure. Though MongoDB is an unstructured database, we need to define the structure of collection. हमको collection का structure define करना पड़ेगा, table का structure define करना पड़ेगा. So how we can do this? Here itself we can do, but I will not make this code non-readable. I will create one more folder in my Express application. मैं एक folder बनाता हूँ यहाँ पे by clicking this icon. I will give the name to this folder models. Okay, and in this I will create one JS file with the name, let's say, user.model.js, या फिर आप यहाँ पे डॉट देने की जरूरत नहीं है, दिया तो भी चलेगा, या फिर डायरेक्टली आप लिख सकते हो यूजर मॉडल और गिव सम नेम .js. ओके, सो इन दिस आई विल राइट द कोड टू डिफाइन द स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ कलेक्शन. तो यहाँ पे मैं कोड लिखूंगा कलेक्शन का स्ट्रक्चर डिफाइन करने के लिए. तो what we need to do, first of all, let us import the Mongoose package, because Mongoose is a package, Mongoose is a software through which we are communicating with the MongoDB database. हम directly MongoDB database से communication कर नहीं रहे हैं from the Express application. We are taking the help of some third party software called as or package called as a Mongoose. तो उसको पहले सबसे पहले आपको import करना पड़ेगा. So import Mongoose, जैसे हमने while establishing the connection with the database हमने उसको import किया था, वैसे ही इस फाइल में आप import कीजिए. और फिर once you import the Mongoose from the Mongoose package, one more thing you import from the Mongoose package. Okay. You know what is the meaning of this pair of curly bracket? Why I have written like this? Yes. This is actually default import. इसको default import बोलते हैं, और इसके नीचे जो है in the pair of curly bracket इसको named import कहते हैं. It is called as a named import. Okay. So if suppose a particular function, if it is exported as a default, we can import it as a default import. Or if it is exported as a named export, we need to import it as a named one. Okay. So just you remember this. तो इसको import करना है आपको schema को. Schema. Okay. You need to import it from Mongoose. And now let us writing semicolon at the end. It is optional in JavaScript. It is not compulsory. Okay. Semicolon हर एक statement के end में लिखना ये compulsory नहीं है in JavaScript. Just I am having the habit of writing the semicolon at the end of statement, so that is the reason I am writing. But it is not compulsory. Okay. Now let us create the schema. अभी हमको schema create करना है. So to create the schema, you create the object of that schema. इस schema का आपको object बनाना पड़ेगा. So for that in JavaScript we use new keyword. So use new call schema. Okay. And to this you pass an object. Okay, what is this type? I am just I will add the description so that you will understand. Create schema for the collection मतलब table. Okay. तो create schema आपको create करना है. यहाँ पे schema create करना मतलब क्या करना है, आपको यहाँ पे बताना है कि उस कलेक्शन के अंदर, उस टेबल के अंदर किस नाम के कॉलम्स होंगे, उनके क्या टाइप्स होंगे. तो दैट यू हैव टू स्पेसिफाई ओवर हियर. ओके. सो एज आई सेड, whenever we will make the request to the register API, हम क्या क्या भेज रहे हैं? We are sending username, password and name. So our collection should have at least these three fields. Yes or no? Our table should have at least these three fields. Am I right? The table collection should have at least these three fields. Is it correct? Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what will be the name of first field? Let's say username. Okay. तो आपको field का नाम लिखना है, and then it will have the value which is the object, and इसमें आपको type specify करना है. It will have the type that is string. See this syntax carefully. Yeah? Syntax carefully देखिए. We are creating schema by creating the object of this schema which we have imported from Mongoose, और उसको हम पास कर रहे हैं एक ऑब्जेक्ट जिसमें हमको क्या करना है, फील्ड्स के नाम स्पेसिफाई करने हैं और उनके टाइप स्पेसिफाई करने हैं. तो पहला आ गया फील्ड का नाम यूजरनेम कोलन ऑब्जेक्ट, एज ऑब्जेक्ट वैल्यू पास कर रहे हैं, उसमें हमको स्पेसिफाई करना है कि उसका टाइप क्या रहेगा, स्ट्रिंग. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट यू कैन पास सम अदर एट्रीब्यूट्स आल्सो, जैसे कि ये यूनिक रहना चाहिए, इट मस्ट बी द यूनिक वन, तो यू कैन यूज यूनिक एट्रीब्यूट, यू कैन सेट इट टू ट्रू लाइक दिस. ओके, ऐसे आप कर सकते हो. जैसे कि आपको चाहिए कि बाबा यूजर नेम जो है ये रिपीट नहीं होना चाहिए, जैसे कि यू नो दैट suppose we are having the account on Facebook, now our username is our email ID, so it is unique. No one can use that email ID to create the new account. Yes or no? So like this, you can make this field as a unique by using this attribute. So when you will try to insert the record or document in the collection with the same value, you will not able to create. Okay, तो अगर आप चाहते हो तो आप उसको यूज कर सकते हो. Okay, तो अभी के लिए तो मैं यूज नहीं कर रहा हूँ. I'm keeping it as a simple one so that you will understand. Comma, the second field will be password, colon, and it's a type to specify. It's a type, use the object in that you specify type, and it must be string. ये भी string होना चाहिए. Comma, the last one is name. No. And name will also have the type that is string. Okay, so you create the schema and assign this created schema to some variable. So you know very well how we create the variable in JavaScript, either using let var or const. Use const if it is not going to change. So I will use const, and I will give the name like schema user. Like this, I will give the name. Give some meaningful name. Give some meaningful name. So you have created the schema. Now after creating the schema, what is the next step? See, we have done with this. Define the schema. Schema हमने define किया है. हमने connection भी establish करवा लिया है by calling the connect method. Schema define करवा लिया है. Now what we have to do? We have to create a model. So how to create a model? After creating a schema, below this you write mongoose dot model. Mongoose dot model. Call this function. Model is the function from the mongoose which is used to create a model. और इसको दो आर्गुमेंट आपको पास करना पड़ेंगे. फर्स्ट आर्गुमेंट रहेगा आपको आपके कलेक्शन को क्या नाम देना है. मतलब जो भी टेबल आप क्रिएट कर रहे हो उसको आपको क्या नाम देना है. लेट्स से आई वांट टू गिव द नेम यूजर. मैं उसको यूजर नाम दूंगा. ओके, कॉमा, नेम ऑफ स्कीमा. तो जो स्कीमा आपने क्रिएट किया है, मतलब जो कि स्पेसिफाई कर रहा है कि उस कलेक्शन में किस नाम के फील्ड्स रहेंगे, उनके टाइप्स क्या रहेंगे, तो वो स्कीमा का जो वेरिएबल जिसको आपने असाइन किया स्कीमा ऑब्जेक्ट, वो यहाँ पे आपको पास करना पड़ेगा. सो लेट अस पास दिस. Understood? And this will return the model object that you assign to some variable, like I will use const. Let's say model. Okay. Understood? Are you with me? Yes. Are you waiting till now? Is anyone having any issue? अब तक किसी को क्या इशू है? क्या हमने क्या क्या देखा? MongoDB से कनेक्टिविटी पहले सेटअप अकाउंट सेटअप करवा लिया एटलास पे, फिर हमने MongoDB से कनेक्टिविटी करवा ली यूजिंग कनेक्ट. यहाँ पे URL पास करवा ली. URL कहाँ से ली वो मैंने बताया आपको. फिर हमने क्या किया, नेक्स्ट स्टेप हमने क्या किया, मॉडल क्रिएट किया. क्योंकि मॉडल मतलब हमको स्कीमा डिफाइन करना पड़ेगा. जो कलेक्शन में फील्ड्स रहेंगे उनके नाम टाइप स्पेसिफाई करना पड़ेंगे. और फिर हमको मॉडल क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा. वहां पे हमको बताना पड़ेगा कि कलेक्शन का नाम, टेबल का नाम क्या रहेगा और वो कौन सा स्कीमा यूज करेगा. ओके, लाइक दिस. एंड आफ्टर दिस जस्ट यू एक्सपोर्ट दिस मॉडल. इसको एक्सपोर्ट करो सो दैट यू कैन यूज इट इन अनदर फाइल. आप इसको एक्सपोर्ट करो ताकि आप इसको यूज कर सको. सो एज आई सेड, यू कैन एक्सपोर्ट एज अ डिफॉल्ट और यू कैन एक्सपोर्ट एज अ नेम्ड वन. सो आई विल एक्सपोर्ट एज अ नेम्ड वन बाय राइटिंग दिस सिंपली एक्सपोर्ट. इसके आगे सिर्फ एक्सपोर्ट लिख दो तो ये एक्सपोर्ट हो जाएगा. एक्सपोर्ट हो जाएगा मतलब इसको मैं यूज कर सकता हूं किसी और फाइल में. अगर मैं एक्सपोर्ट नहीं लिखूंगा तो ये ऑब्जेक्ट मैं किसी और फाइल में यूज नहीं कर सकता. जस्ट रिमेंबर दिस. अगर आपको किसी और फाइल में इसको यूज करना है तो आपको एक्सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा. तो मैंने इसको एक्सपोर्ट किया है. इट इज कॉल्ड एज अ नेम्ड एक्सपोर्ट. इसमें डिफॉल्ट एक्सपोर्ट भी आ जाता है, बट हियर आई एम यूजिंग नेम्ड एक्सपोर्ट. ओके, तो इसको हमने एक्सपोर्ट करवा लिया. ओके, दैट्स इट. वी क्रिएटेड द स्कीमा एंड मॉडल. अभी आगे की स्टेप क्या है? Now let us perform the CRUD operation. ठीक है, तो see, we have created model and we have created schema and we have created model. Now come back to our API. जो API हमने post API डिफाइन किया है रजिस्टर के लिए. ओके, तो अभी इसमें हम क्या करेंगे? What we are receiving from the user in this API, हमको यूजर से क्या मिल रहा है यहाँ पे? Can anyone tell me? Yes. Yes. What we are receiving from the user when user
username, password and name.
Yes, correct. Very good. So I want to retrieve them. How I can retrieve them? मुझे उसको retrieve करना है. मैं कैसे retrieve कर सकता हूँ?
Response.body.
Are they available directly? हम डायरेक्टली उसको एक्सेस कर सकते हैं कैसे? यूजर नेम और फिर पासवर्ड और फिर नेम ऐसे नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि दे आर अवेलेबल इनसाइड दी बॉडी. yes or no? Body attribute, and body attribute, it is available inside request. So how to access them? We can access them like this: iq.body dot username. yes or no? Like this हमको एक एक फील्ड एक्सेस करना पड़ेगी. करेक्ट और नॉट? iq.body dot password, iq.body dot name, like this. या फिर there is a one more simplified way to access all these attributes from the body, that is called as a destructuring. That is actually ES6 feature. जैसा आपको अगर पता नहीं होगा सिर्फ देखिए, आप बाद में पढ़ लेना आप destructuring मतलब क्या होता है. देखिए request dot body, it is having this entire. सर request dot body में सब आ रहा है. मतलब request dot body में ऑब्जेक्ट आ रहा है. ऑब्जेक्ट में कितने फील्ड्स हैं? 3 फील्ड्स हैं, यूजर नेम, पासवर्ड, नेम. तो मुझे 3 फील्ड चाहिए. तो आई कैन डीस्ट्रक्चर दैट ऑब्जेक्ट. डीस्ट्रक्चर दैट ऑब्जेक्ट मतलब मैं क्या कर सकता हूं? देखिए, बाद में आप पढ़ लेना उसको. आई विल जस्ट राइट डाउन द नेम्स ऑफ फील्ड्स इन द पेयर ऑफ कर्ली ब्रैकेट सेपरेटेड बाय कॉमा. दिस इज कॉल्ड एज अ डीस्ट्रक्चरिंग. लेट मी give the comma over here. Yes, that's it. So directly you got the username, password and name. आपको यहाँ पे आगे अगर आपको एक्सेस करना है तो आपको मैं कंसोल पर दिखाता हूँ आपको. डायरेक्टली आप यूजर नेम एक्सेस कर सकते हो टू एक्सेस द यूजर नेम. डायरेक्टली आप पासवर्ड एक्सेस कर सकते हो. डायरेक्टली आप नेम एक्सेस कर सकते हो. आपको पूरा लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है. You don't have to write req.body.username. You don't have to write req.body.password. Like that, you don't have to write. This is called as a destructuring of object. I will add the comment so that you will understand. Destructuring the req.body object. Destructuring means just we are getting all the fields available in that object. Okay? Yes or no? So we got all the fields. हमें सब field मिल गई है यहाँ पे. Correct? Okay. Now what we will do? Already we have established a connection with the MongoDB database. हमने MongoDB database से connection establish करवा लिया है. अभी हमको क्या करना है? We want to store this username, password and name where? In the MongoDB database. Correct? Correct or not? अगर आपको कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा तो please tell me. It must not be like just explaining and you are just listening. अगर नहीं पता आपको समझ रहा है तो please पूछिए. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to store this username, password and name in the MongoDB database. So how to store these username, password and name in the MongoDB database? So for that, what you have to do, you have to create the instance of model which you have created previously. आपने एक मॉडल बनाया था यहाँ पे, yes or no? इस नाम से बनाया था, मॉडल नाम से बनाया था. यस और नो? कौन से फाइल में बनाया था? user.model.js में. इसको हमने एक्सपोर्ट भी किया था. अभी इसको हम इंपोर्ट करेंगे. हमारी जो मेन index.js फाइल है, इन दिस वी विल इंपोर्ट दैट मॉडल. हाउ टू इंपोर्ट दैट? राइट, इंपोर्ट, एंड इट इज अ नेम्ड इंपोर्ट. सो वी यूज पेयर ऑफ कर्ली ब्रैकेट एंड से फ्रॉम, गिव द पाथ. कहां पे है वो फाइल? इट इज नॉट it is not a package, it is coming from the file. फाइल से आ रहा है ना वो ऑब्जेक्ट. ये जो मॉडल ऑब्जेक्ट है वो फाइल से आ रहा है. कौन से फाइल से आ रहा है? user.model.js. So here you write the name of that file, user.model.js. ऐसे लिख के नहीं चलेगा. ये फाइल is it in the current directory? No, it is inside models directory. So model directory कहाँ पे है? आपको पाथ ऐसे लिखना पड़ेगा. डॉट मतलब करंट डायरेक्टरी, उसमें मॉडल्स नाम की डायरेक्टरी है और उसमें user.model.js नाम की फाइल है. लाइक दिस यू हैव टू गिव द पाथ. ये पाथ आपको देना पड़ेगा. किसका पाथ है? ये फाइल का पाथ है जिसमें हमने मॉडल डिफाइन किया है और वहां से आपको मॉडल को इंपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा. सो इंपोर्ट दैट मॉडल. अंडरस्टूड सर? नो. मॉडल इंपोर्ट करने के बाद व्हाट यू हैव टू डू, आपने जो क्लाइंट से डेटा आपको मिला था वो डेटा आपने यहाँ पे ये वेरिएबल्स के अंदर स्टोर किया है. अभी ये डेटा हम भेजेंगे, किसको भेजेंगे? MongoDB डेटाबेस को. तो भेजने से पहले आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा? जो मॉडल अभी हमने इंपोर्ट किया है वो मॉडल का एक इंस्टेंस बनाना पड़ेगा, ऑब्जेक्ट बनाना पड़ेगा, which represents the document, which represents the record. So how to create this? Using new the name of model, it is model, and pass the object having the attributes. तो आपको डॉक्यूमेंट क्रिएट करनी है, आपको रिकॉर्ड क्रिएट करना है जिसमें क्या क्या होगा बताइए मुझे. जिसमें यूजर नेम होगा, सर नो, राइट? देन जिसमें क्या होगा? पासवर्ड होगा, और उसमें क्या होगा? नेम होगा, सर नो, करेक्ट? एंड यू असाइन दिस डॉक्यूमेंट टू सम वेरिएबल, लेट्स से डॉक, करेक्ट? सी दिस केयरफुली. ये सिर्फ केयरफुली आप देखिए, जो प्रीवियस स्टेप में हमने मॉडल बनाया था जहां पे मतलब हमने पहले स्ट्रक्चर स्कीमा डिफाइन किया था कि कलेक्शन जो टेबल होगा उसमें कौन कौन से फील्ड्स होंगे, उसके क्या टाइप्स होंगे, ये स्कीमा बना के फिर हमने मॉडल बनाया था. वो मॉडल हमने मेन फाइल में इंपोर्ट किया, ओके. एंड देन आफ्टर रिट्राइविंग द डेटा फ्रॉम द रिक्वेस्ट, जो डेटा हमको रिक्वेस्ट से आया है आफ्टर कॉलिंग दिस एपीआई, तो उसको हमने ये वेरिएबल्स में स्टोर किया बाय यूजिंग दिस स्ट्रक्चरिंग. एंड देन before storing them into the database, first we have to create the object of model. This model is a model just which we have imported, okay, जो हमने import किया है from that file, and its object represents the document, and that document we can store in the database. ठीक है? तो आपको क्या करना है? After creating the object, just you call a method with the name save. आपको एक ही मेथड कॉल करनी है, save. That's it. It will insert the record in your database. या आपके डेटाबेस में रिकॉर्ड इंसर्ट करेगा. Before executing this code, let me tell you one thing. This save method, okay, it is a asynchronous method, okay. So or you can say it is a blocking one because you are performing. मैंने आपको शुरुआत में ही बताया था कि there are two types of requests, blocking and non-blocking, okay. तो blocking, this is a kind of a database insert operation. So this is example blocking request. ये blocking request का example है. तो in JavaScript to deal with asynchronous or blocking operations, what we use, किसी को पता है? JavaScript में
Async await.
Yes, correct. Async await, or we can make the use of then block also, correct? We can make the use of then block, or we can make okay. So we have created our account on MongoDB Atlas. Let us use this database. Okay. So after doing this, come back to our code. Come back to our API. Okay. तो अभी हमने क्या किया है? MongoDB, we have used a MongoDB Atlas service. We have created our account on MongoDB Atlas. And now what we are going to do? अब हम क्या करेंगे? We'll make the use of that MongoDB Atlas service. Okay. From our Express application, means we'll connect to the MongoDB database from our Express application. I will do one more thing. I will create one more API. मैं और एक API यहाँ पे create करता हूँ with the root, let's say register. मैं इसको copy. I will copy this. And I will create a new API which will handle the post requests and with the root register. So register. So we will call this API to register the user or to create the user. तो ये API हम कॉल करेंगे यूजर को रजिस्टर करने के लिए, यूजर को क्रिएट करने के लिए. So at this moment I will keep the body of this callback function empty. We'll add the code later. Okay. Just a minute. Let me remove this pair of remove the closing curly bracket. Okay. Yes. So we have created a new API which will handle the post requests and it will accept the requests on root register. Okay. मतलब जब मैं यहाँ पे अगर instead of login root if I use register, then this API will get called. Okay? It means you will call login API to perform the validation of user, and you will call register API to register the user. Okay, so means we created the two separate APIs for login and register. We will write the code in the register, but just we have created the structure of that API. हमने API का structure बना लिया है. Okay, yes or no? Now what we will do, अभी हम क्या करेंगे? Now just now we created the MongoDB account in the MongoDB Atlas cloud service. We will write the code to connect our NodeJS application to the MongoDB. हम क्या करेंगे? Node हमारा जो Express application है, this Express application or you can say Node application because after all it runs on the top of NodeJS platform only. Okay. So now we will connect our Express application to the MongoDB database. हम Express application को MongoDB database से connect करेंगे. Okay. So directly तो हम कर नहीं सकते. You cannot directly connect your Express application to the MongoDB database. You require some set of software which will allow our Express application to communicate with the MongoDB database. Okay. Remember, you need some package which allow your Express application to communicate with the MongoDB database. So there are several options for that. There are several, you can say, such softwares are available, which we call as a packages, or which we call as a ODM. ODM, you can call it as a ODM, Object Data Modeling. Okay. So we'll go with one popular ODM called as a Mongoose. Okay. It is called as a Mongoose. Let me open the Google and let me search for Mongoose. It will show you that. So Mongoose is what? Mongoose is a ODM. Mongoose is a very popular ODM, or you can at this moment you can remember it as a software or package which allow us to connect our Express application to MongoDB database. ये ऐसा सॉफ्टवेयर है जो कि हमको अलाउ करेगा हमारे एक्सप्रेस एप्लीकेशन को MongoDB से कनेक्ट करने के लिए. तो वी आर गोइंग टू यूज दिस. तो सबसे पहले आपको क्या करना है? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू हैव टू इंस्टॉल दैट पैकेज. आपको वो पैकेज इंस्टॉल करना है. हाउ वी इंस्टॉल एनी पैकेज इन Node.js एनवायरनमेंट? यस. हाउ डू वी इंस्टॉल? हाउ वी इंस्टॉल्ड एक्सप्रेस पैकेज? हाउ वी इंस्टॉल्ड node mount? यस. हमने कैसे इंस्टॉल किया था?
using npm.
Yes, npm space install, or simply you can write I भी लिखा तो भी चलेगा या install लिखा तो भी चलेगा. both are same. मतलब शॉर्टकट आप I यूज कर सकते हो उसका शॉर्ट फॉर्म में, या install लिख सकते हो. space mongoose. You can press the enter key. And don't add it as a development dependency. Don't add it as a development dependency. Don't use -d because it is not development dependency. Your NodeMon is a development dependency. Neither Mongoose nor Express are development dependency. Okay. तो package.json में डिपेंडेंसी के अंडर उसकी एंट्री क्रिएट हो जाएगी. उसका वर्जन यहाँ पे शो कर रहा है. Mongoose का क्या वर्जन है? जस्ट हमने Mongoose इंस्टॉल किया है. Yes or no? So first of all you install the Mongoose ODM. So Mongoose is a kind of software that allow our Express application to communicate with MongoDB database. Okay. Now what is the next step? After installing the Mongoose, now you write the code to establish the connection with the MongoDB database. MongoDB database से कनेक्ट होने के लिए आपको कोड लिखना पड़ेगा. कैसे लिखना पड़ेगा? तो सबसे पहले come to your Express application. First of all, you import that Mongoose package. So as we are using ES6 syntax, we will not use require, we will use import. Yes or no? How we import? Import Mongoose from Mongoose. Okay. mongoose को import करो. Okay, understood? Then let's say before API आपने जहां पे define किए हैं उससे पहले let's say यहाँ पे to call one function on mongoose instance. mongoose के instance पे एक function आपको call करना है. mongoose dot, the name of function is mongoose dot connect. Call this function and to this function pass the URL. See, connect is a function which we are calling on the mongoose instance which connect our express application to MongoDB database. ये आपके एक्सप्रेस एप्लीकेशन को MongoDB डेटाबेस से कनेक्ट करेगा, लेकिन आपको इसको URL भेजना पड़ेगी. वो URL मुझे कहां से मिलेगी? मेरा डेटाबेस यहाँ पे लोकली रन नहीं हो रहा है. My database is not running locally on my machine. Otherwise, I would have passed some kind of URL having the local host and some port number, having the name of database like this. But my database is running on cloud platform. It is running on AWS. We are using the Atlas service. So we need to pass the URL of that database. आपको यहाँ से आपको URL भेजना पड़ेगी उसकी. So from where I will get the URL of my database, which is running on, let's say, AWS cloud platform. So go to the MongoDB's Atlas dashboard, and here you click on connect. Click on connect button. Okay. And here you see, you click on choose connection method and click on drivers. Okay. Click on drivers. Just a minute. And if you see at the bottom, it is showing you some kind of URL. आपको URL show कर रहा है यहाँ पे. Can you see this? Yes. So you copy this URL. इस URL को copy करना है. Go to your Express application and paste this URL as a string and pass it as an argument to the connect function. Okay. जैसे यहाँ पे आपको क्या करना है, ये पासवर्ड की वैल्यू आपको यहाँ पे सेट करनी है, बिकॉज बाय डिफॉल्ट वो यहाँ पे ये वर्ड रखता है. जैसे यू रिप्लेस दिस विथ योर करेक्ट पासवर्ड. सो आई थिंक वी हैव सेट द पासवर्ड moodle@123. Okay. So save this. What was our password? Yes, let me confirm it. Okay. Anyway, I think this password is correct one. We'll begin with that only. Okay. So just we have placed the correct password. Okay. So this is the URL that will connect our Express application to MongoDB database. So just save this. Let's rerun our application by using npm run dev, which will run the script and which will run our application using NodeMon. Okay, okay. We are getting some error. What is the error? URI must include username, domain name, and TLD. Just I think we are getting the issue due to this @ symbol, because @ symbol is also used here in the URL. I think our password should not have the @. Let me change the password of that user. Let me find the option for resetting the password. It is so I think somewhere it must be here. Yes, edit. Let's change that password. Edit the password. Okay, so if you want to change the password under security, you click on database access, and from here you change the password. let's say I'm giving the name Moodle roller 1, 2, 3. So just update the user. Okay, that's it. And we'll use that updated password now. So this. Still getting the error. Okay, I think already our application was running. Let me close the previous instance of our application. You cannot run the two applications on same port number. Yes or no? Every application has unique port address. Yes, now we are not getting any error. Correct? Hello? Are you getting or not? What I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
We are getting the error because one more instance of this application was running on same port number, and we know that we can't run two applications on same port number. Okay. So now our application is successfully started, and I hope we established a connection with the MongoDB database, but we are not sure whether the connection has been established or not. How we can verify that? Okay, we'll see that. So this is the simple step to connect your Express application to MongoDB database. Just you install the Mongoose package, import it, and just call connect method, and to this connect method pass the URL. So from where we got this URL, from the MongoDB dashboard. From where we got this URL? Yes. When we
connect.
Clicked on connect. Yes or no? When we clicked on connect, when we clicked on choose connection method, from here drivers, and from here we got this URL, and just we have replaced this password word by actual password. Yes or no? That's it. So this is how we connect MongoDB Express application to MongoDB database. Now what we will do? Now let us write the code to add the record or to add the document in the MongoDB database. हम क्या करेंगे? When user will call the register API from the Postman, when user will call the register API, user will pass the username and password. Okay, and let's say one more field. Let's say name of user. Let's say name of user is LMN. like this. So whenever user will call this register API, whenever user will pass this JSON object with the three fields, username, password, and name, this API is going to call. And from this API, what we will do, we will create a record, we will create a document, because in MongoDB, as I said, a record is called as a document. Just to remember, document में जब कहूँगा, document मतलब record, okay? और जब मैं collection कहूँगा, collection मतलब table. Okay, you remember that. तो यहां से हम क्या करेंगे? We will insert that record in the database, or we will insert that document in the database. But before that, we have to define the structure of that table or structure of that collection. Record database में insert करने से पहले वो record किस में insert होगा, document किस में insert होगी? Table के अंदर. Table means collection के अंदर. लेकिन वो कलेक्शन का नाम क्या रहेगा, वो कलेक्शन में क्या फील्ड्स रहेंगे? सो वी हैव टू क्रिएट दिस स्ट्रक्चर. दो MongoDB is unstructured database, we need to define the structure of collection. हमको कलेक्शन का स्ट्रक्चर डिफाइन करना पड़ेगा, टेबल का स्ट्रक्चर डिफाइन करना पड़ेगा. So how we can do this? Here itself we can do, but I will not make this code non-readable. I will create one more folder in my Express application. मैं एक folder बनाता हूँ यहाँ पे by clicking this icon. I will give the name to this folder models. Okay, and in this I will create one JS file with the name, let's say user.model.js. या फिर आप यहाँ पे डॉट देने की जरूरत नहीं है, दिया तो भी चलेगा, या फिर डायरेक्टली आप लिख सकते हो user model और give some name .js. Okay, so in this I will write the code to define the structure of collection. तो यहाँ पे मैं एक कोड लिखूंगा collection का structure define करने के लिए. So what we need to do? First of all, let us import the Mongoose package, because Mongoose is a package, Mongoose is a software through which we are communicating with the MongoDB database. हम directly MongoDB database से communication कर नहीं रहे हैं from the Express application. We are taking the help of some third party सॉफ्टवेयर कॉल्ड एज और पैकेज कॉल्ड एज अ mongoose. तो उसको पहले सबसे पहले आपको इंपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा. सो इंपोर्ट mongoose, जैसे हमने while establishing the connection with the database हमने उसको इंपोर्ट किया था, वैसे ही इस फाइल में आप इंपोर्ट कीजिए. और फिर once you import the mongoose from the mongoose package, one more thing you import from the mongoose package. Okay. You know what is the meaning of this pair of curly bracket? Why I have written like this? Yes, this is actually default import. इसको default import बोलते हैं. और इसके नीचे जो है in the pair of curly bracket, इसको named import कहते हैं. It is called as a named import. Okay. So if suppose a particular function, if it is exported as a default, we can import it as a default import. Or if it is exported as a named export, we need to import it as a named one. Okay. So just you remember this. तो इसको import करना है आपको schema को. Schema. Okay, you need to import it from mongoose. And now let us see, writing semicolon at the end, it is optional in JavaScript, it is not compulsory. Okay, semicolon हर एक statement के end में लिखना ये compulsory नहीं है in JavaScript. Just I am having the habit of writing the semicolon at the end of statement, so that is the reason I am writing, but it is not compulsory. Okay, now let us create the schema. अभी हमको schema create करना है. So to create the schema, you create the object of that schema. इस स्कीमा का आपको ऑब्जेक्ट बनाना पड़ेगा. तो फॉर दैट इन जावास्क्रिप्ट वी यूज न्यू कीवर्ड. सो यूज न्यू कॉल स्कीमा. ओके, एंड टू दिस यू पास एन ऑब्जेक्ट. what is this type? I will add the description so that you will understand. Create schema for the collection मतलब टेबल. तो क्रिएट स्कीमा आपको क्रिएट करना है. यहाँ पे स्कीमा क्रिएट करना मतलब क्या करना है, आपको यहाँ पे बताना है कि उस कलेक्शन के अंदर, उस टेबल के अंदर किस नाम के कॉलम्स होंगे, उनके क्या टाइप्स होंगे. तो दैट यू हैव टू स्पेसिफाई ओवर हियर. ओके, सो एज आई सेड, व्हेनेवर वी विल मेक द रिक्वेस्ट टू द रजिस्टर एपीआई, हम क्या क्या भेज रहे हैं. वी आर सेंडिंग यूजर नेम, पासवर्ड एंड नेम. सो आवर कलेक्शन शुड हैव एटलीस्ट दीज 3 fields. Yes or no? Our table should have at least these 3 fields. Am I right? The table collection should have at least these 3 fields. Is it correct? Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what will be the name of first field? Let's say username. Okay. तो आपको field का नाम लिखना है, and then it will have the value which is the object, and इसमें आपको type specify करना है. It will have the type that is string. See this syntax carefully. Yeah? Syntax carefully देखिए. We are creating schema by creating the object of this schema which we have imported from mongoose, और उसको हम पास कर रहे हैं एक ऑब्जेक्ट जिसमें हमको क्या करना है, फील्ड्स के नाम स्पेसिफाई करने हैं और उनके टाइप स्पेसिफाई करने हैं. तो पहला आ गया फील्ड का नाम यूजर नेम कोलन ऑब्जेक्ट. एज ऑब्जेक्ट वैल्यू पास कर रहे हैं, उसमें हमको स्पेसिफाई करना है कि उसका टाइप क्या रहेगा, स्ट्रिंग. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट यू कैन पास सम अदर एट्रीब्यूट्स आल्सो, जैसे कि ये यूनिक रहना चाहिए, इट मस्ट बी द यूनिक वन. तो यू कैन यूज यूनिक एट्रीब्यूट, यू कैन सेट इट टू ट्रू लाइक दिस. ओके, ऐसे आप कर सकते हो. जैसे कि आपको चाहिए कि बाबा यूजर नेम जो है ये रिपीट नहीं होना चाहिए. जैसे कि यू नो दैट suppose we are having the account on Facebook, now our username is our email ID, so it is unique. No one can use that email ID to create the new account. Yes or no? So like this you can make this field as a unique by using this attribute. So when you will try to insert the record or document in the collection with the same value, you will not able to create. Okay, तो अगर आप चाहते हो तो आप उसको यूज कर सकते हो. Okay, अभी के लिए तो मैं यूज नहीं कर रहा हूँ. I am keeping it as a simple one so that you will understand. Comma, the second field will be password colon, and it's a type to specify. It's a type. Use the object in that you specify type, and it must be string. ये भी string होना चाहिए. Comma. The last one is name. No. And name will also have the type that is string. Okay. So you create the schema and assign this created schema to some variable.
So you know very well how we create the variable in JavaScript, either using let var or const. Use const if it is not going to change. So I will use const, and I will give the name like schema user. Like this I will give the name. Give some meaningful name. Give some meaningful name. So you have created the schema. Now after creating the schema, what is the next step? See, we have done with this. Define the schema. Schema हमने define किया है. हमने connection भी establish करवा लिया है by calling the connect method. Schema define करवा लिया है. Now what we have to do? We have to create a model. So how to create a model? After creating a schema, below this you write mongoose dot model. Mongoose dot model. Call this function. Model is the function from the mongoose which is used to create a model. और इसको दो आर्गुमेंट आपको पास करना पड़ेंगे. फर्स्ट आर्गुमेंट रहेगा आपको आपके कलेक्शन को क्या नाम देना है. मतलब जो भी टेबल आप क्रिएट कर रहे हो उसको आपको क्या नाम देना है. लेट्स से आई वांट टू गिव द नेम यूजर. मैं उसको यूजर नाम दूंगा. ओके, कॉमा नेम ऑफ स्कीमा. तो जो स्कीमा आपने क्रिएट किया है, मतलब जो कि स्पेसिफाई कर रहा है कि उस कलेक्शन में किस नाम के फील्ड्स रहेंगे, उनके टाइप्स क्या रहेंगे, तो वो स्कीमा का जो वेरिएबल जिसको आपने असाइन किया स्कीमा ऑब्जेक्ट, वो यहाँ पे आपको पास करना पड़ेगा. सो लेट अस पास दिस. Understood? And this will return the model object that you assign to some variable, like I will use const. Let's say model. Okay. Understood? Are you with me? Yes. Are you waiting till now? Is anyone having any issue? अब तक किसी को क्या इशू है? क्या हमने क्या क्या देखा? MongoDB से कनेक्टिविटी पहले सेटअप अकाउंट सेटअप करवा लिया एटलास पे, फिर हमने MongoDB से कनेक्टिविटी करवा ली यूजिंग कनेक्ट. यहाँ पे URL पास करवा ली. URL कहाँ से ली वो मैंने बताया आपको. फिर हमने क्या किया, नेक्स्ट स्टेप हमने क्या किया, मॉडल क्रिएट किया. क्योंकि मॉडल मतलब हमको स्कीमा डिफाइन करना पड़ेगा. जो कलेक्शन में फील्ड्स रहेंगे उनके नाम टाइप स्पेसिफाई करना पड़ेंगे. और फिर हमको मॉडल क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा. वहां पे हमको बताना पड़ेगा कि कलेक्शन का नाम, टेबल का नाम क्या रहेगा और वो कौन सा स्कीमा यूज करेगा. ओके, लाइक दिस. एंड आफ्टर दिस जस्ट यू एक्सपोर्ट दिस मॉडल. इसको एक्सपोर्ट करो सो दैट यू कैन यूज इट इन अनदर फाइल. आप इसको एक्सपोर्ट करो ताकि आप इसको यूज कर सको. सो एज आई सेड, यू कैन एक्सपोर्ट एज अ डिफॉल्ट और यू कैन एक्सपोर्ट एज अ नेम्ड वन. सो आई विल एक्सपोर्ट एज अ नेम्ड वन बाय राइटिंग दिस सिंपली एक्सपोर्ट. इसके आगे सिर्फ एक्सपोर्ट लिख दो तो ये एक्सपोर्ट हो जाएगा. एक्सपोर्ट हो जाएगा मतलब इसको मैं यूज कर सकता हूं किसी और फाइल में. अगर मैं एक्सपोर्ट नहीं लिखूंगा तो ये ऑब्जेक्ट मैं किसी और फाइल में यूज नहीं कर सकता. जस्ट रिमेंबर दिस. अगर आपको किसी और फाइल में इसको यूज करना है तो आपको एक्सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा. तो मैंने इसको एक्सपोर्ट किया है. इट इज कॉल्ड एज अ नेम्ड एक्सपोर्ट. इसमें डिफॉल्ट एक्सपोर्ट भी आ जाता है, बट हियर आई एम यूजिंग नेम्ड एक्सपोर्ट. ओके, तो इसको हमने एक्सपोर्ट करवा लिया. ओके, दैट्स इट. वी क्रिएटेड द स्कीमा एंड मॉडल. अभी आगे की स्टेप क्या है? लेट अस परफॉर्म द CRUD ऑपरेशन. ठीक है, तो see, we have created model and we have created schema and we have created model. Now come back to our API. जो API हमने post API डिफाइन किया है रजिस्टर के लिए. ओके, तो अभी इसमें हम क्या करेंगे? What we are receiving from the user in this API, हमको यूजर से क्या मिल रहा है यहाँ पे? Can anyone tell me? Yes. Yes. What we are receiving from the user when user call.
Username, password and name.
Yes, correct. Very good. So I want to retrieve them. How I can retrieve them? मुझे उसको retrieve करना है. मैं कैसे retrieve कर सकता हूँ?
Response.body.
Are they available directly? हम डायरेक्टली उसको एक्सेस कर सकते हैं कैसे? यूजर नेम और फिर पासवर्ड और फिर नेम ऐसे नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि they are available inside the body. Yes or no? Body attribute. And body attribute, it is available inside request. So how to access them? We can access them like this: iq.body dot username. Yes or no? Like this हमको एक एक फील्ड एक्सेस करना पड़ेगी. Correct or not? iq.body dot password, iq.body dot name, like this. या फिर there is one more simplified way to access all these attributes from the body. That is called as a destructuring. That is actually ES6 feature. जैसा आपको अगर पता नहीं होगा सिर्फ देखिए आप. बाद में पढ़ लेना आप डिस्ट्रक्चरिंग मतलब क्या होता है। देखिए रिक्वेस्ट डॉट बॉडी इट इज हैविंग दिस एंटायर, सर रिक्वेस्ट डॉट बॉडी में ये सब आ रहा है, मतलब रिक्वेस्ट डॉट बॉडी में ऑब्जेक्ट आ रहा है, ऑब्जेक्ट में कितने फील्ड्स हैं, 3 फील्ड्स हैं, यूजर नेम पासवर्ड नेम, तो मुझे 3 फील्ड चाहिए, तो आई कैन डीस्ट्रक्चर दैट ऑब्जेक्ट। डीस्ट्रक्चर दैट ऑब्जेक्ट मतलब मैं क्या कर सकता हूं, देखिए अब मैं आप पढ़ लेना उसको। I will just write down the names of fields in the pair of curly bracket separated by comma. This is called as a destructuring. Let me give the comma over here. Yes, that's it. So directly you got the username, password and name. आपको यहाँ पे आगे अगर आपको एक्सेस करना है तो आपको मैं कंसोल पर दिखाता हूँ आपको। डायरेक्टली आप यूजर नेम एक्सेस कर सकते हो टू एक्सेस द यूजर नेम, डायरेक्टली आप पासवर्ड एक्सेस कर सकते हो, डायरेक्टली आप नेम एक्सेस कर सकते हो। आपको पूरा लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है। यू डोंट हैव टू राइट req.body.username, you don't have to write req.body.password, like that you don't have to write. This is called as a destructuring of object. I will add the comment so that you will understand. Destructuring the req.body object. Destructuring means just we are getting all the fields available in that object. Okay, yes or no? So we got all the fields. हमें सब field मिल गई है यहाँ पे, correct? Okay. Now what we will do? Already we have established a connection with the MongoDB database. हमने MongoDB database से connection establish करवा लिया है। अभी हमको क्या करना है? We want to store this username, password and name where? In the MongoDB database. Correct? Correct or not? अगर आपको कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा तो प्लीज टेल मी. इट मस्ट नॉट बी लाइक जस्ट एक्सप्लेनिंग एंड यू आर जस्ट लिसनिंग. अगर नहीं पता आपको समझ रहा है तो प्लीज पूछिए. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to store this username, password and name in the MongoDB database. So how to store these username, password and name in the MongoDB database? So for that, what you have to do, you have to create the instance of model which you have created previously. आपने एक मॉडल बनाया था यहाँ पे, yes or no? किस नाम से बनाया था? मॉडल नाम से बनाया था, yes or no? कौन से फाइल में बनाया था? user.model.js में. इसको हमने एक्सपोर्ट भी किया था. अभी इसको हम इंपोर्ट करेंगे. हमारी जो मेन index.js फाइल है, in this we will import that model. How to import that? Write import and it is a named import. So we use pair of curly bracket and say from, give the path. कहाँ पे है वो फाइल? It is not it is not a package. It is coming from the file. फाइल से आ रहा है ना वो ऑब्जेक्ट. ये जो मॉडल ऑब्जेक्ट है वो फाइल से आ रहा है. कौन से फाइल से आ रहा है? user.model.js. So here you write the name of that file, user.model.js. ऐसे लिख के नहीं चलेगा. ये फाइल is it in the current directory? No, it is inside models directory. So model directory कहाँ पे है? आपको पता है, ऐसे लिखना पड़ेगा. डॉट मतलब करंट डायरेक्टरी, उसमें मॉडल्स नाम की डायरेक्टरी है और उसमें user.model.js नाम की फाइल है. लाइक दिस यू हैव टू गिव द पाथ. ओके, ये पाथ आपको देना पड़ेगा. किसका पाथ है? ये फाइल का पाथ है जिसमें हमने मॉडल डिफाइन किया है और वहां से आपको मॉडल को इंपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा. ओके, सो इंपोर्ट दैट मॉडल. ओके, अंडरस्टूड सर? नो. मॉडल इंपोर्ट करने के बाद व्हाट यू हैव टू डू, आपने जो क्लाइंट से डेटा आपको मिला था वो डेटा आपने यहाँ पे ये वेरिएबल्स के अंदर स्टोर किया है. अभी ये डेटा हम भेजेंगे. किसको भेजेंगे? MongoDB डेटाबेस को. तो भेजने से पहले आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा? जो मॉडल अभी हमने इंपोर्ट किया है वो मॉडल का एक इंस्टेंस बनाना पड़ेगा, ऑब्जेक्ट बनाना पड़ेगा, which represents the document, which represents the record. So how to create this? Using new the name of model, it is model, and pass the object having the attributes. तो आपको डॉक्यूमेंट क्रिएट करनी है, आपको रिकॉर्ड क्रिएट करना है जिसमें क्या क्या होगा बताइए मुझे. जिसमें यूजर नेम होगा, सर नो, राइट? देन जिसमें क्या होगा? पासवर्ड होगा और उसमें क्या होगा, नेम होगा, yes or no, correct? And you assign this document to some variable, let's say doc, correct? Please see this carefully. ये सिर्फ केयरफुली आप देखिए, जो प्रीवियस स्टेप में हमने मॉडल बनाया था, जहाँ पे मतलब हमने पहले स्ट्रक्चर स्कीमा डिफाइन किया था कि कलेक्शन जो टेबल होगा उसमें कौन कौन से फील्ड्स होंगे, उसके क्या टाइप्स होंगे, ये स्कीमा बना के फिर हमने मॉडल बनाया था, वो मॉडल हमने मेन फाइल में इंपोर्ट किया, ओके, एंड देन आफ्टर रिट्राइविंग द डेटा फ्रॉम द रिक्वेस्ट, जो डेटा हमको रिक्वेस्ट से आया है आफ्टर कॉलिंग दिस एपीआई, तो उसको हमने ये वेरिएबल्स में स्टोर किया बाय यूजिंग दिस स्ट्रक्चरिंग, एंड देन before storing them into the database, first we have to create the object of model. This model is a model just which we have imported, okay, जो हमने import किया है from that file, and its object represents the document, and that document we can store in the database. ठीक है, तो आपको क्या करना है, after creating the object, just you call a method with the name save. आपको एक ही मेथड कॉल करनी है, save. That's it. It will insert the record in your database. या आपके डेटाबेस में रिकॉर्ड इंसर्ट करेगा. Before executing this code, let me tell you one thing. This save method, okay, it is a asynchronous method. Okay, so or you can say it is a blocking one because you are performing. मैंने आपको शुरुआत में ही बताया था कि there are two types of requests, blocking and non-blocking. Okay. तो blocking, this is a kind of a database insert operation. So this is example blocking request. ये blocking request का example है. तो in JavaScript to deal with asynchronous or blocking operations, what we use, किसी को पता है? JavaScript में
Async await.
Yes, correct. Async await, or we can make the use of then block also. Correct. We can make the use of then block, or we can make कीवर्ड, और उसके साथ में और एक कीवर्ड आपको यूज करना पड़ेगा. तो सी दिस स्टेटमेंट वेयर वी हैव रिटर्न inside this API, inside this function. So this function के अंदर आपने await statement लिखा है, उस function के पहले आपको एक कीवर्ड लिखना पड़ेगा async. इसके बाद ही इसके नीचे का एरर चला जाएगा. Remember, you cannot use await alone. You need to use await and async keyword together. await कहाँ पे यूज करना है? await आपको ऐसे स्टेटमेंट के साथ यूज करना है which is actually the blocking operation or asynchronous. तो उसको आपको await करना है, और वो call the save method, your record will get saved in the database, and just so I will simply return the response to the client, response.json, let's say message user, sorry, here it is a method. User created successfully. See this carefully. क्या किया हमने, देखिए पोस्ट पे हमने क्या किया. सबसे पहले हमने बॉडी में जो यूजर नेम पासवर्ड नेम है इसको रिट्राइव किया. आप ऐसे भी रिट्राइव कर सकते हो. अगर आपको ये सिंटैक्स समझ नहीं आ रहा है, सिंपली यू एक्सेस देम लाइक req.body.username, req.body.password, req.body.name. ओके, ऐसे आप उसको एक्सेस कीजिए. हालांकि यहाँ पे पास करते समय फिर आपको ऐसे पास करना पड़ेगा. लेट मी कमेंट दिस यूजर नेम, क्योंकि कलेक्शन में फील्ड का नाम यूजर नेम है, तो वो नेम कोलन उसको वैल्यू आपको ऐसे देना पड़ेगी, req डॉट बॉडी डॉट यूजर नेम, ऐसे आपको लिखना पड़ेगा, req डॉट बॉडी डॉट पासवर्ड, like this you have to write. If you are not understanding the destructuring syntax, better you use access them using dot keyword. Okay, ऐसे आप access कीजिए, no issue. Okay, so like this you create the document object. यहाँ पे ये जो नाम दिख रहे हैं आपको लेफ्ट हैंड साइड में कोलन के, so these are the actual names of fields in the collection in the MongoDB database, and these are the names of fields which are having the values sent by the client. Okay, और फिर आपको सिंपली उस ऑब्जेक्ट पे सर्व मेथड कॉल करनी है, एंड अवेट क्यों यूज करना है, क्योंकि इट इज अ ब्लॉकिंग ऑपरेशन, तो इट रिटर्न सम काइंड ऑफ प्रॉमिस. ओके, तो अगर आप जावास्क्रिप्ट पढ़ोगे तो आपको पता चलेगा प्रॉमिस क्या होता है, तो अवेट आपको करना पड़ेगा. और अगर आप अवेट यूज करते हो तो फंक्शन से पहले आपको असिंक यूज करना पड़ेगा, दैट्स इट. और फिर इसके बाद में हम सिंपली यूजर को रिस्पॉन्स भेज रहे हैं कि आपका यूजर क्रिएट हो गया, लाइक दिस. तो DB एक्सप्रेस कनेक्शन जैसे हमको चेक करना है, तो गो टू द पोस्टमैन. You will see the database with the name test. आपको ये database दिखेगा. See, this is the default database which is added by MongoDB itself. तो ये अभी हमें काम करनी है. Look at this database. Test number database दिख रहा है सबको? हेलो. तो इसको क्लिक कीजिए. Can you see a table with the name users? Yes. Hello. Yes. Can you see this table with the name users? Click on this, and congratulations, you have added one record in the MongoDB database. You can see here, you have added the record with username lmn@gmail.com, password 12345, name lmnjjj. देखिए यहाँ पे वही है क्या? And these are the two fields which are added automatically to the document by the MongoDB. वो अंडरस्कोर ID ऐड करेगा जिसमें यूनिक ID रहेगी, हर एक रिकॉर्ड में डॉक्यूमेंट में ऐड होगा. And see the structure of document. It is JSON object. Okay. Let us one more time call this API with the different values. Different values करेंगे हम. Let's say Moodle NBSUE. Let's say password $123, and let's say name is NBNLCOE. That's it, and click on send. Let us see whether this record gets created in the MongoDB database or not. We are getting the response and see the database. Simply refresh this. Click on here, refresh, and see your new record gets created. You can see here. Is it so? Yes. Hello. Are you with me or not? क्या ऊपर से जा रहा है? Please tell. Hello. Hello. Are you getting or not? Lakshmi, Putra, then Rahul, Shubham. Yes, Sachin, Borse. Are you guys getting or not, or just you are
Yes.
getting? Can you able to do this? आप कर सकते हो ये?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So So we have created the REST API for adding the record. Just a minute. Where is our application? बहुत सारा open हुआ है। Yes. Okay. So we have created our Express application. We have created our REST API. I think it is not our application. Any create किया हुआ है? Just a minute. Yes, this is our application. Yes. So we have created our REST API, which accepts the post requests on root register, and we have added this information as a document in the MongoDB database in the user collection or user table. आप उसको table बोल सकते हो या collection बोल सकते हो. MongoDB में तो उसको collection कहते हैं, table को मैंने जैसे बताया आपको. So this is a collection. It has set of documents. So records are called as a documents, and see the structure of document. I may create one document with let's say only 2 fields. अभी मैं एक document बना सकता हूँ जिसमें इसमें से 2 ही field रहेंगी, मतलब तीसरी field मुझे डालनी ही नहीं है, तो I may create a record with only 2 documents. It is allowed. Why? Because MongoDB is an unstructured database. हालांकि in the relational database you cannot able to do this. You must have to have the records with the same columns or with the same structure. Okay, so that is the advantage of MongoDB. It gives a flexibility to the developer to add the structured as well as the unstructured data. Okay, ठीक है. Now with this ये हमने complete कर लिया. Now let us modify our login API. अभी इसको हम modify करेंगे. Earlier we were comparing the received username and password with the fixed username and password. So we will replace this. We will replace this by what? हम इसको replace करेंगे, किससे replace करेंगे? और what we will do here? We will retrieve the समझ रहा है, जो यूजर से यूजर ने पासवर्ड हमको मिला है उसको हम ये फिक्स्ड वैल्यू से कंपेयर नहीं करेंगे. फिर किससे कंपेयर करेंगे? MongoDB डेटाबेस के अंदर हमने जो अभी 2 रिकॉर्ड बनाए हैं, 2 डॉक्यूमेंट बनाए हैं, उसके अंदर के यूजर नेम पासवर्ड से मैच करेंगे हम. Now in this way the real time application works. Yes or no? Okay, or this is kind of one kind of you can use case. Okay, so let us do that. उससे पहले लेट मी शो यू द मंगूस डॉक्यूमेंटेशन. मुझे मंगो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन आपको दिखाना है. जस्ट अ मिनट. गो टू द रीड डॉक्स. गो टू द क्वेरीज. ओके, सो देयर आर सेट ऑफ मेथड्स प्रोवाइडेड बाय द mongoose ODM, mongoose package. Like this delete many you can use to delete multiple documents, multiple records. Delete one you can use to delete a single document or single record. Find you can use to find or to retrieve multiple documents from the collection. Okay, तो like there are several methods. तो इसमें से हम जो यूज करने वाले हैं find one. We are going to use this method find one. इसको हम यूज करने वाले हैं. तो ये क्या करती है? finds only one document. ये एक डॉक्यूमेंट मतलब रिकॉर्ड, डॉक्यूमेंट मतलब रिकॉर्ड, उसको फाइंड करेगी, रिट्राइव करेगी. ओके, तो लेट अस यूज दिस. ओके, कैसे यूज करना है देखिए. ओके, वी आर ऑलरेडी इंपोर्टेड द मॉडल. हमने मॉडल ऑलरेडी इंपोर्ट किया है. आपको सिर्फ क्या करना है देखिए. ओके, यहाँ पे मैं इसको रिट्राइव करता हूँ. तो मॉडल में आपको एक मेथड कॉल करनी है. कौन सी मेथड कॉल करनी है? जैसे मैंने आपको दिखाया था. ऑफ मेथड find one का वो कैपिटल है. So call that find one, and to this method you pass the object. और उस ऑब्जेक्ट में आपको क्या भेजना है? आपको जो रिकॉर्ड, आपको जो डॉक्यूमेंट फाइंड करना है वो किस नाम से फाइंड करना है. किस नाम से मतलब आपको यूजर नेम से फाइंड करना है, आपको पासवर्ड से फाइंड करना है, आपको नेम से फाइंड करना है. तो लेट्स से आई वांट टू फाइंड इट यूजिंग यूजर नेम. मुझे यूजर नेम से फाइंड करना है. तो किस किस यूजरनेम से फाइंड करना है? जो यूजरनेम मुझे भेजा है, जो कि किसमें है? request.body.username. Getting or not? Listen this. We are calling find one method which is provided by Mongoose to retrieve single document. एक ही रिकॉर्ड, एक ही डॉक्यूमेंट हमको चाहिए. कौन सी डॉक्यूमेंट चाहिए? जिसका यूजर ने जो यूजरनेम पास किया है उससे मैच होगा. Are you getting or not? See how it is simple. Making the MongoDB operations using Mongoose, it is very very simple. कितने इजी तरीके से हमने रिकॉर्ड को सेव किया, कितने इजी तरीके से हम रिकॉर्ड को रिट्राइव कर रहे हैं जस्ट बाय कॉलिंग सिंगल मेथड. फाइंड वन, इट फाइंड सिंगल डॉक्यूमेंट, सिंगल रिकॉर्ड फ्रॉम दिस MongoDB डेटाबेस. ओके, इसमें से एक रिकॉर्ड वो फाइंड करेगी. कौन सा रिकॉर्ड फाइंड करेगी? दोनों में से कौन सा रिकॉर्ड फाइंड करेगी? अभी तो दो हैं. यू मे हैव मिलियंस ऑफ रिकॉर्ड्स. ओके, तो कौन सा रिकॉर्ड फाइंड करेगी? जिसका यूजर नेम जो रिक्वेस्ट के बॉडी के यूजर नेम से मैच होगा, मतलब जो यूजर ने भेजा है उससे मैच होगा. ओके, एंड यू विल गेट दैट रिट्राइव्ड डॉक्यूमेंट. आपको डॉक्यूमेंट मिलेगी दैट आई विल असाइन टू लेट्स से वेरिएबल डॉक. ओके, so we will get that document. And one more thing, like this save, this find by one, it is also, sorry, find one, it is also a synchronous operation. So you have to use await. Okay, and you need to make this function as async. Okay, for this you will get this document. And अगर यूजर नेम मैच नहीं होता है, मतलब उस नाम का रिकॉर्ड नहीं है, तो इट विल रिटर्न अनडिफाइंड. वो अनडिफाइंड रिटर्न करेगा. ओके, तो आपको सिर्फ यहाँ पे चेक करना है अगर जो भी डॉक रिटर्न हुआ है अगर वो अनडिफाइंड है, मतलब फॉल्स रहेगा वो. अगर वो फॉल्स है तो क्या करना है, और अगर ट्रू है तो क्या करना है. अगर ट्रू है तो हम क्या करेंगे? जस्ट अ मिनट. अगर डॉक्यूमेंट रिट्राइव होगा तो उसको हम कंपेयर करेंगे. किससे कंपेयर करेंगे? स्टॉक में जो यूजर नेम है उसको कंपेयर करेंगे, जो रिक्वेस्ट में से हमको यूजर नेम आ रहा है उससे कंपेयर करेंगे, और पासवर्ड को कंपेयर करेंगे डॉक डॉट पासवर्ड से. ओके, तो इफ दे मैच वी विल सेंड द मैसेज यूजर इज वैलिड एल्स यूजर इज इनवैलिड. और अगर डॉक्यूमेंट रिट्राइव ही नहीं होता है, मतलब उस यूजर नेम का रिकॉर्ड ही नहीं है, वो केस में भी हम इनवैलिड यूजर का मैसेज उसको भेज देंगे. दैट्स इट. हाउ इट इज सिंपल. ओके, जस्ट टेस्ट दिस एपीआई. दिस टाइम वी विल यूज लॉगिन एपीआई, और उसको हमको यूजर नेम पासवर्ड भेजना है. नेम फील्ड नहीं है उसमें. दैट्स इट. Now press send button. See the output. User is valid user because database में उस नाम का यूजर नेम पासवर्ड है. Yes or no? अगर मैं यहाँ पे कुछ चेंज करता हूँ, I will read the message user is invalid because उस नाम का यूजर तो है पर पासवर्ड मैच नहीं हो रहा है. Yes or no? Okay, got this? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with this we have created the REST API, and we have done the connectivity with the MongoDB database. So this is assignment for you. You can do it, and later on you may submit it to Harish sir. Just you note it down. This assignment. Or already I have shared a PPT with you, so you can get this assignment question from that PPT. And try to do it. If you're having any doubt, if you're having any difficulty, you can ask me. Okay. So is Harish sir is there? Hello?
Yes, sir.
So Harish sir, we have done with this. We have shown how to create the REST APIs. We have completed the connectivity with the MongoDB database, and we have shown how to write the REST API and how to connect with the MongoDB and the operation on MongoDB.
Thank you, sir. Students, do you have any questions or doubts to ask to the sir?
You may ask, else we may conclude. Only from this front end part is remaining. Actually, we are not having the time to cover the front end. अभी
Yes,
देखो
sir.
मन स्टैक में से हमने 3 पार्ट कवर कर लिया, हमने एक्सप्रेस कवर कर लिया, नोड कवर कर लिया, मंगोडीबी कवर कर लिया, सिर्फ इसमें बचा है आर में रिएक्ट. तो अभी तो टाइम नहीं, अदरवाइज आई वुड हैव टेकन. तो इसमें कैसे होता है, यूजुअली मैं सबको दिखाता हूँ. मैंने जस्ट एक कल डेमो बनाया था, एक रिएक्ट एप्लीकेशन बनाया था. तो जो हमने एपीआईज बनाए हैं ये कंज्यूम होते हैं यूजर इंटरफेस से. अभी तो पोस्टमैन में से हम एपीआई टेस्टिंग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन एप्लीकेशन में कैसे होता है, यूजर इंटरफेस होता है. जैसे हमने शुरुआत में देखा था वेब एप्लीकेशन में यूजर इंटरफेस होता है. तो यूजर इंटरफेस आपका रिएक्ट में हो सकता है, या आपका एंगुलर में, या आपका व्यू जेएस में हो सकता है, स्वेल्ट में हो सकता है. तो मैंने बनाया है रिएक्ट में. आई विल जस्ट ओपन दिस. So this is actually the React code. So just let me show you that. Wait, just let me change this to 5,000. Let us run this. Already it is running on port number 5173. Okay, this is a React application running on this port number. Let me open this React application. Yeah, this is a React application having some navbar. So let us click on login. तो यहाँ पे मैं यूजर नेम पासवर्ड एंटर करता हूँ. तो देखिए अभी मैं देखिए अभी यहाँ से रिक्वेस्ट है, मैं लॉगिन बटन प्रेस करूंगा, रिक्वेस्ट जाएगी मेरे एक्सप्रेस एपीआई को, लॉगिन एपीआई को, और वहां से जाएगी मंगोडीबी. वहां से मंगोडीबी से डेटा फेच होगा और वो मैच करके हमको रिस्पॉन्स भेज देगा. मतलब जो हम पोस्टमैन में से कर रहे हैं, तो यही यहाँ से यही एपीआई यहाँ से कॉल होगा जब मैं लॉगिन बटन में प्रेस करूंगा. So just let me show you that, and then we can conclude. Okay, let us use this email ID and password. lmn@gmail.com. Let's use password. क्या था, 1 2 3 4. What is the password? Let us click on login. Just a minute. Yes. Okay. One thing is running actually. Actually, we are making requests from this server. This server is running on separate port number. Yes or no? And your Express server is running on different port number. Correct? Your Express server is running on 5000 port number, and your React application is running on 5173. So directly request receives नहीं होगी यहाँ पे. तो we have to make the use of one more middleware. हमको और एक middleware use करना पड़ेगा. That is course. Just मैं थोड़ा fastly आपको बताता हूँ. npm i course. You install this course package. You just import this course. Import course from course, and just you use this middleware like this. app.use course. Simply इसको यूज कीजिए. That's it. ये आपको यूज करना पड़ेगा बिकॉज आपका नोड एक्सप्रेस एप्लीकेशन और रिएक्ट एप्लीकेशन दे आर रनिंग ऑन डिफरेंट पोर्ट नंबर, दे मे बी रनिंग ऑन डिफरेंट मशीन्स. सो डायरेक्टली आपका एक्सप्रेस सर्वर वहां से रिक्वेस्ट एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेगा. सो यू हैव टू डू दैट. नाउ यू सेव दिस एंड नाउ यू चेक दिस. अभी ठीक है. दैट इज अ वार्निंग, नो इशू. नाउ लेट अस चेक दिस. Is we getting error still in login? Let me see some, just a minute, let me see the React code. What I'm retrieving, what I'm showing. Login application username, password. Okay. Let me restore myself. What is the name of recipe? Okay. Login, just let me print here. See this. Yes. Okay. There was small mistake while using the course. Course is middleware function, so you pass it as a function, and using use. This is a kind of full stack application. This user interface, it is written in React, and this is your R React. Then your backend, it is in Express and Node, and your database, it is in MongoDB. So from when you press login button, the request is going to you can see here you are calling using fetch. You are making the request to the login API running on your Express server, and from that login API request will make to the MongoDB database. So वहां से रिकॉर्ड डेटा होंगे, मैच होंगे, और रिस्पांस आपको आएगा, और वो रिस्पांस हम यहाँ पे शो कर रहे हैं. Okay, that's it. This is the example of full stack application. We are not having time, else I would have shown you how to create this React application also. So with this, I conclude my session. If you're having any doubts, you can ask. Yes, Harish.
Yes, students. If any students want to,
I will share my all the
you can post.
my demos and PPT already I have shared. The demos which I have created, I will make a zip file and I will share to Harish sir. So he will share with you. Okay, so I hope everyone understood what I was expecting to give to you. So I am really thankful to Harish for giving this opportunity to me to conduct this session. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir. On behalf of the Computer Science Engineering Department and Senior Engineering College Solapur, I would like to thank very much to our today's resource person, Mr. Imran Kaji sir, for his valuable session today. I hope the session was very wonderful and you have got very much knowledge from this session, which will be helpful for in your future also. Also, I would like to thank all students for participation in this workshop and to attend this workshop very patiently.
And this is your R React. Then your backend, it is in Express and Node, and your database, it is in MongoDB. So from when you press login button, the request is going to you can see here you are calling using fetch. You are making the request to the login API running on your Express server, and from that login API request will make to the MongoDB database. So वहां से रिकॉर्ड डेटा होंगे, मैच होंगे, और रिस्पांस आपको आएगा, और वो रिस्पांस हम यहाँ पे शो कर रहे हैं. Okay, that's it. This is the example of full stack application. We are not having time, else I would have shown you how to create this React application also. So with this, I conclude my session. If you're having any doubts, you can ask. Yes, Harish.
Yes, students. If any students want to,
I will share my all the
You can proceed.
my demos and PPT already I have shared. The demos which I have created, I will make a zip file and I will share to Harish sir. So he will share with you. Okay, so I hope everyone understood what I was expecting to give to you. So I am really thankful to Harish for giving this opportunity to me to conduct this session. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir. On behalf of the Computer Science Engineering Department and Senior Engineering College Solapur, I would like to thank very much to our today's resource person, Mr. Imran Kaji sir, for his valuable session today. I hope the session was very wonderful and you have got very much knowledge from this session, which will be helpful for in your future also. Also, I would like to thank all students for participation in this workshop and to attend this workshop very patiently.